Chapter 19 of the Auction Block. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KimberlyB. The Auction Block by Rex Beach. Chapter 19. On the way to the Elegancia, Mrs. Knight recounted in greater detail, and with numerous digressions and comments, what Hannibal Wharton had said to her. Not only had he given full vent to his anger at the marriage, but he had allowed himself the pleasure of expressing a frank opinion of the entire Knight family and all its unmitigated and complete badness. Mrs. Knight herself he had called a bloodsucker, it seemed. The good woman shook with rage at the memory. And he had threatened her with the direst retribution if she persisted in attempting to fasten herself upon him. Bob, he had explained, was a loafer whom he had supported out of a sense of duty. If the idiot was ungrateful, he would simply have to suffer the consequences. But Bob's mother felt the disgrace keenly, and on her account, Hannibal had expressed himself as willing to ransom the young fool for, say, $10,000. Disgrace, eh? $10,000? Jim growled. What does he think we are, anyhow? Why, that ain't cigarette money. I never was so insulted in my life, stormed Mrs. Knight. You should have heard him. With a show of confidence not entirely real, Jim rejoined. Now, Ma, don't heat up. Everybody forgets me. But I'm going to draw cards in this game. The interview that followed their arrival at Lorelei's home was far from pleasant. For Mrs. Knight was still too indignant to leave the discussion in Jim's more capable hands. And Lorelei, wishing Bob to cherish no illusions, allowed her relatives to make a complete and distressing exhibition of their greed. At his first opportunity, Bob explained rather briefly, I offered Lorelei her freedom last night when my income was amputated. You've had time to think it over, his wife interposed. Do you still want me? Why, of course. And you? She shrugged. I don't change in one night. Now, I wish you and Jim would leave Mother and me. Bob acquiesced, glad to escape, even in company with his redoubtable brother-in-law. When he and Jim had gone, Mrs. Knight addressed Lorelei with motherly candor. He's a pleasant fellow, of course, and he's crazy about you. But don't let's be sentimental. If there's no chance to make it up with his family, we must get out of this mess and save what we can. Was Mr. Wharton very angry? Was he? Mrs. Knight rolled her eyes in mingled rage and despair. I'm positively sick over the things he said. Everybody seems to be against us. And I'm almost ready to give up. But at least you saved your good name. It was marriage, not a scandal. We have that to be thankful for. She followed this outburst of optimism with another. You can keep the name and go into vaudeville. The publicity will help you, and that old crank will surely stretch his offer to keep his name off the billboards. Of course, we won't get anything like we expected, but we'll get something. 15 or 20,000 is better than... Noting the shadow of a smile upon her daughter's lips, she checked her rush of words. You don't seem to care what... I don't. Mrs. Knight's face twisted into an expression of pained incredulity. Surely you don't mean to live with Bob, she gasped. Not now. I do mean to. Her mother's lips parted, closed, parted again. She seemed to taste something unspeakably bitter. She groped for words to fit her state of mind, but words failed her. When she did speak, however, the weakness of her vocabulary was offset by the shrill tone of her surprise. My dear, why, my dear, he hasn't a cent. Of course, you're quite confused now. You've been through a lot. And you think he's the only man in the world. But it's impossible. It's absurd. The marriage was only a form. You're no more his wife in the sight of God than... Let's not talk about God, cried Lorelei. That ceremony was scarcely legal, not to speak of religion or decency. You've lost your mind. You've changed completely. Yes, I have. You see, I wasn't a wife until yesterday. Until Bob and I had an understanding. But I am a wife now. And I suppose I'll never be a girl again. I've begun to think for myself, Mother. I've begun to understand. I've had a suspicion that my old ideas were wrong, and they were. Fiddle-dee-dee, you're hysterical. You can't make me believe you learned to love that man. I don't say I love him. Mrs. Knight snorted her triumph loudly. Then you mustn't live with him another moment. My dear child, such a relationship is, well, think it out for yourself. Lorelei saw the futility of argument, but certain thoughts demanded expression, and she voiced them, as much for her own sake as for her mother's. It's too late to talk about that kind of honor. But there's another kind. When I married Bob, I sold myself, and all of us. I mean, the family knew that what I was sold was counterfeit. He thought he was getting something more than my body, but we knew he wasn't. And now that we find we took bad money for a worthless article, how can we pretend to be swindled? When people try to cheat and get cheated themselves, what do? If they're game, they smile and take their medicine, don't they? It was plain that this form of logic impressed the listener not at all. Lorelei continued. I've learned that marriage is more than I considered it, Mother. It's an obligation. I intend to live up to my part, just as long as Bob lives up to his. If he complained of the fraud we practiced on him, I'd be willing to leave him. But he doesn't. So the matter is out of our hands. Mrs. Knight relieved her steadily increasing anger by a harsh outburst. I never thought you could be so silly after the way you were raised. You talk about obligations. What about your obligation to your parents? Didn't we give up everything for you? Didn't Peter sacrifice his life's work to give you an opportunity? I'll keep on sharing my salary with you. Salary. Mrs. Knight spat out the word. After all our plans, salary? My God. You're probably just as honest in your ideas as I am in mine, Lorelei told her. I shan't allow you to want for. I should hope not, since you're to blame for Peter's condition. Oh, you know you are. If you hadn't wanted a career, he'd still be in Vale, a strong, healthy man instead of a cripple. I didn't want a career, Lorelei denied with heat, and Father almost had to leave Vale. Nothing of the sort. He was a big man there. Had to leave Vale, eh? So you've turned against your own blood and disparaged your father. Anyhow, he was hurt while he was working to give you a start, and now he's helpless. Who waits on him? I do. If I believed in prayers, I'd pray that you may never have a child to disappoint you as you've disappointed him and me. Her voice quavered as she tried for pathos, but her fury was still too fresh to be entirely restrained, and it scalded her like vitriol. If Bob Wharton was half a man, he'd step aside. But of course he won't until he's had enough of your beauty. That's all he wants, your beauty. And you'll be fool enough to let him have it for nothing. I'm sure I wish you joy with the selfish wretch, and with your newfangled ideas of wifely devotion. This will kill Peter. You'll have his death on your conscience. Think that over now that you're so fond of thinking. $10,000 right now would save his life. Think that over, too, when your own father is dead and gone. White with anger, sick with disappointment, Mrs. Knight whisked herself out of the apartment. Bob returned in excellent spirits. Nothing had the power permanently to dampen his cheerfulness. And, seizing Lorelei's hand, he slipped a diamond ring upon her third finger, then a plain gold band over that. Now we're legally wrapped up in the same package and labeled wed, he declared. I've been terribly embarrassed. How did you manage to buy these? Lorelei inquired with some curiosity. I earned the money. Fact. It was a premium on abstinence. I met a friend. He invited me to drink. I refused. Friend was stunned. Before he recovered, I ran through his pockets like a pet squirrel. It beats a mask and a lead pipe. We can't begin this way, she laughed. I love pretty things, and this is your first gift. She kissed the solitaire. But please don't give me anything more for a while. I'm not going to lecture you, nor wear a long face, nor find fault ever. We're going to wear smiles while our experiment lasts. Tomorrow is Sunday. Will you take me somewhere? Will I? Bob cried in delight. I'll hire a car, and we'll motor up to Tuxedo. There's a dandy crowd out there. We'll take Adderey and the Immaculate Critic, and we'll have dinner at the club. Campbell can show the latest effects in negligees, and... That's too expensive. Let's all go to Coney Island. Coney? How do you get there? I don't know. Will you go? Certainly, if you want to. I dare say we'll meet some of the best steam fitters in the city. We'll patronize everything from the Mystic Maze to the trained fleas. We'll bump the bumps and you'll throw your arms around me and scream. We'll look at the incubator babies and blush. I can't wait. Strangely enough, the news of Bob Wharton's marriage had not leaked into the papers up to this time, and Lorelei, having regard for the feelings of his parents, insisted that he help her keep the matter secret as long as possible. Bob rebelled at first, for he adored publicity. He rejoiced in his newest exploit and desired his world to hear of it, while the prospect of further mortifying his father was so agreeable that it required much persuasion to make him relinquish it. With her own family, Lorelei had less difficulty, for they were by no means eager to advertise their bad bargain, and had withdrawn behind a stiff restraint, leaving the couple to their own devices. This attitude spared the bride much unpleasant notoriety, enabling her to pursue her work at the theater without comment. Bob's society proved in some ways a welcome change from the sordid drabness of her own relatives, for he was colorful, versatile, and nearly always good-humored. He kept Lorelei entertained, at least. And if at times he provoked her, it was only as a mischievous boy tries the patience of a parent. He was weirdly prankish. Serious happenings reacted strangely upon him. Misfortune aroused him in a wild hilarity. Cares excited mirth. He bore his responsibilities lightly, and displayed them to his friends with the same profound pride with which a small boy exhibits a collection of beetles. But they meant nothing more. Lorelei realized before long that this very jocundity of his, since it fed upon constant change and excitement, constituted the gravest menace to their happiness. The man lived entirely outside of himself. He utterly lacked the power of self-amusement. And although he seemed content when she was near, during the long hours of her absence, he was like a fretful child. He refused to frequent the theater, ostensibly because of their secret. In reality, because of his shame at allowing her to work. As Lorelei came to know him better, and to understand the conflicting forces within him, she began to wonder how long he could hold himself true to his bargain. During the first week of their married life, his system struggled to throw off the effects of his recent dissipations, and in consequence, it craved only rest. Greatly encouraged by this lack of desire, he boasted that the battle was already won. And Lorelei pretended to agree with him. She did not deceive herself, however, and a brief experience convinced her that to be merely a wife to one of Bob's vagrant disposition was not enough. That in order to keep his new self alive, she must also be his sweetheart, his chum, and his partner. If she failed in any one of these roles, disaster was bound to follow. But to succeed in them all, when there was no love to strengthen her, was by no means easy. Always, she felt a great emptiness. and a disappointment that her life had been so crookedly fashioned. Sometimes she even felt degraded and wondered if she was doing right after all. Reason argued that to live with the man she did not love was immoral, and the mere fact that she and Bob were legally married gave her no comfort whatever. There had been nothing sacred in their union. She supposed that the courts would dissolve it if the truth became known. More than once, Lorelei had spurned offers far more profitable and no less holy than that existing between her and Bob. And it seemed to her now that the difference between mistress and wife must lie in something besides the mutterings of a sleepy Hoboken court officer. Just where the line of demarcation lay, however, or upon which side of that line she stood, she could not determine. In the course of a fortnight, Bob began to grow restless. One evening, when he came for her, she saw that he was nervous. A strained, tired look had crept into his eyes, and she thought she understood. Nevertheless, his spirits were ebullient. When they reached home, he ushered her into the apartment with a flourish, and Lorelei was amazed to find their table set with strange linen, silver, and china, and the dining room decorated as if for a party. "Who's coming? What on earth?" she exclaimed. "A little surprise. A supper for just you and me, my dear." Two strangers, evidently caterers' men, were completing the final preparations for an extravagant banquet. Noting a collection of wine glasses at each place, Lorelei glanced at Bob reproachfully, but he only laughed, saying, "Take heart. The liquid diet is all a bluff. Kindly note the centerpiece." She saw that the center of the table was occupied by a highly decorated silver wine cooler, empty. "There it sits," Bob exclaimed. "The little temple of Bacchus, overgrown with roses. It used to be my shrine and my confessional, until I saw the light. Now that I've escaped from the bondage of sin, sickness, and error, I'm giving a triumphal feast upon the altar's steps." It was one of his whims. During the meal, he made elaborate speeches in the names of his friends. His imaginary guests congratulated him. In empty glasses, they toasted the bride. They extolled her beauty. They praised his own gallantry and vaunted his conquest of the demon rum. As the supper progressed, Bob simulated a growing intoxication, while the hired servants looked on as if the antics of a lunatic. He made it amusing, and Lorelei entered into the spirit of the make-believe. But when they were alone, and all traces of the feast had disappeared, he swooped down out of the clouds and confessed miserably, "I thought I could kid myself, but I can't. I want a drink. I want a drink. God, how I want it." Lorelei went swiftly to him. "The fight is just beginning, Bob. You're doing nobly." "It isn't thirst," he explained, and she saw that same strained uneasiness in his bright eyes. "I'm not thirsty. I'm shaky inside. My ego is wobbling on its pins and I'm rattling to pieces. I manage well enough when you're around, but when I'm alone, I remember." She felt him twitch and shiver nervously. "And there are so many places to get booze. Everywhere I look, I see a bartender with arms outstretched. When I grit my teeth, the damned appetite leaves me alone. But when I'm off my guard, it gumshoes in again. I get tired of fighting." Lorelei nodded sympathetically. "That's why it's so hard to reform. One's conscience tires. But temptation is always fresh." "It's not thirst," Bob repeated. "My soul is dried out. I get to thinking late at night. I'm afraid I'm going to quit." "You must keep busy." "I'm going to work." "No, not yet," she cried quickly. You must fight it out where I can help." Bob smiled gratefully. "You're a thoroughbred. I promise to let you have your way, and you shall. Even if we lose the patient, it will be a dandy operation." Beginning with the next morning, Lorelei inaugurated a change in the domestic routine. Every day thereafter, she and Bob took a long walk. He rebelled, of course, as soon as the novelty wore off, for he detested walking. So did she, for that matter, but she pretended to like it, and her simulated zest overcame his reluctance. They did not amble aimlessly about the streets. She led him on purposeful tramps that kept them in the open air most of the day. And although her feet blistered until she could hardly drag herself to the theater when night came, she persisted. In time, the walking grew to be a dreadful task. It took all her determination, but she would not give up. With admirable craft, she gradually won him away from the cafes, assuming delight in household duties that she was far from feeling. In reality, she was a wretched cook, but she declared her intention on becoming an expert and insisted upon preparing at least 2 of their daily meals, at which time she saw to it that Bob ate more sweets and more salt foods than he was accustomed to. The former took the place of alcohol. The latter roused a healthy thirst, and thirsty men drink water. These were only little things. Her heaviest task lay in keeping his mind occupied. At times, this was easy. Again, the effort wore her out. Bob began to have surly spells. For the first time in her life, Lorelei really worked, and worked not for herself, but for another. Although the experience was interesting in its novelty, the result remained unsatisfactory. For not only did love fail to respond to these sacrifices, she could see no improvement in Bob's condition. The thing she fought was impalpable, yet enormous. It was weak, yet strong. It seemed to sleep, yet it was ever awake. Of necessity, the two lived in the closest intimacy, than which nothing is ordinarily more fatal to domestic happiness. But Bob was unique. He did not tire. He began to rely upon Lorelei as a sick man leans upon his nurse, and to worship her as a man worships his sweetheart. There was more than passion in his endearments now, but it was discouraging to the girl, who gained no strength from her penance, and derived no satisfaction whatever in service for service's sake. The whole arrangement tried her patience desperately. She was weary in mind and body, and looked back with regret upon her former easy life. There was no time now for recreation. Bob had to be amused. Salary day assumed a new importance, and she began to count the cost of every purchase. So spring went, and midsummer came. It was terribly hot in the city. The nights were breathless. The days were glaring. And this heat was especially trying to one in Bob's condition. In his periods of gaiety, he showered his wife with attentions and squandered every dollar he could borrow in presents for her. In his hours of depression, he was everything strange, morose, and irritable. Without her knowledge, he applied to his own firm for a salaried position and was refused. He appealed to Merkel with the same result, but succeeded in borrowing $1,000, with which he bought Lorelei a set of black opals, going into debt for half the price. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Auction Block. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KimberlyB. The Auction Block by Rex Beach. Chapter 20. Lorelei's family continued to smart under a sense of bitter injustice. But although they kept aloof, they were by no means uninterested in her experiment. On the contrary, they watched it with derisive enjoyment, predicting certain failure. After Hannibal Wharton's insult, Jim was all for a prompt revenge. But he could not determine just how to use his dangerous knowledge to the best advantage. He considered the advisability of enlisting the aid of Max Melcher, but not liking the thought of dividing the loot, he decided provisionally to engineer a separation between Bob and Lorelei. His desire to make mischief arose in only a slight degree from resentment. Jim's method of making a living had long since dulled the edge of feeling. It was merely the first step in a comprehensive scheme. With Bob and Lorelei estranged, a divorce would follow, and divorces were profitable. A divorce, moreover, would open the way for a second inroad upon the Wharton wealth. For with Lorelei's skirts clear, Jim could proceed with a larger scheme of extortion based on the Hammond murder. One evening, after Lorelei had gone to the theater, Jim appeared at the apartment and found Bob in a mood so restless and irritable that he dared not go out. "I had a hunch you were lonesome," the caller began, "so I came up to whittle and spit at the stove." Now, Jim could be agreeable when he chose. His parasitic life had developed in him a certain worldly good fellowship. He was frankly unregenerate, and he had sufficient tact never to apologize nor to explain. Therefore, he kept Bob entertained. A few nights later, he returned with a fund of news stories, and during the evening, he confessed to a consuming thirst. "Death Valley has nothing on this place," he mourned. Bob explained apologetically, "I'm sorry, but there's nothing in the house wetter than Croton water." "I understand. Will you object if I sweeten a glass of it with some Scottish Rites? I'm afraid of germs, and if water rots leather, think of what it must do to the sensitive lining of a human stomach." Jim drew a flask from his pocket, then hesitated as if in doubt. "Don't mind me," Bob assured him hastily. "I'm strapped in the driver's seat." But he looked on with eager appreciation as his brother-in-law filled a long glass and sipped it. Bob had never been a whiskey drinker, yet the faint odor of the liquor tantalized him. When in the course of time he saw Jim preparing a second drink, he stirred. "Kind of itchy, eh? Let's whip across the street and have a game of pool," suggested Jim. And Bob was glad to escape from the room. An agreeable hour followed, but Bob played badly, and he found that his eye had lost its sureness. His hand was uncertain too, and this lack of coordination disgusted him. He was sure that with a steadying drink, he could beat Jim, and eventually he proved it. But mindful of his resolution, he compromised on beer, which, Jim agreed, could not reasonably be called an intoxicant. On his way to the theater, Bob chewed cinnamon bark, and when he kissed Lorelei, he held his breath. This was the first of several pool matches, and after a while, Bob was gratified to find that beer in moderation left no disagreeable effect whatever on him. He rejoiced in his power of restraint. There came a night when he failed to meet his wife. After waiting nearly a half hour, Lorelei went home, only to find the apartment deserted. She nibbled at a lonely lunch, trying to assure herself that nothing was seriously amiss, but she could not make up her mind to go to bed. She tried to read and failed. An hour passed, then another. 1,000 apprehensions crowded in upon her, and she finally found herself walking the floor, but pulled herself together with a mirthless laugh. So it had come, she reflected, with mingled bitterness and relief. Her fight was over. Her part of the bargain was ended. She was free to live her own life as she chose. Certainly she had done her best, and above all question, she was not the sort of wife who could wait patiently, night after night, for a drunken husband. Bob, when he did arrive, entered with elaborate caution. He paused in the little hall, then tossed his hat into the living room, where his wife was waiting. After a moment, his head came slowly into view, and he said, "When the hat stays in, go in. When it comes out, beat it." Lorelei saw that he was quite drunk. "I just came from the theater," he explained. "But it was dark. Has the show failed, dearie?" He tried to kiss her, but she turned her face away. "Come, must have my little kiss," he insisted. Then, as she rose and moved away, leaving him swaying in his tracks, he began gravely to unroll an odd, thin package that resembled a tennis racket. Removing a soiled white wrapping, then an inner layer of oiled paper, he exposed the sad remains of what had been an elaborate bouquet of double English violets fringed with gardenias. He stared at the flowers in some bewilderment. "Must have sat on 'em," he opined at last. Then he cried brightly, "Huh, pressed flowers! I'm full of old-fashioned sentiment." After studying Lorelei's unsmiling face, his tone altered. "Oh, I know. I slipped. But it couldn't be helped. Nature insisted, and I yielded gracefully. But no harm done, none whatever. This isn't a defeat, my dear, it's a victory. I licked the demon rum and proved myself a man of iron. I subjugated the cohorts of General Benjamin Booz. Then I signed a treaty of peace, and there was no bad blood on either side." After an uncomfortable pause, during which he vainly waited for her to speak, he explained more fully. "My dear, nothing is absolute. Life is a series of compromises. Have a heart. Would you rob the distiller of his livelihood? Think of the struggling young brewer with a family. Could you take the bread from the mouths of his little ones? The president of a bottling works may be a Christian. He may have a sick wife. Remember the boys that work in the hop fields and the joyous peasant girls of France. Moderation is the thing. Live and let live." Lorelei nodded. "Exactly. We shall live as we choose, only, of course, we can't live together after this." Then her disgust burst its control, and she demanded bitterly, "Haven't you any strength whatever? Haven't you any balance, Bob?" He grinned at her cheerfully. "I should say I had. I walked a fence on the way home just to prove it. And I scarcely wobbled. Balance, strength. Why, you ought to see Jim. They had to carry him." "Jim? Was Jim with you?" "In spirit, yes. In body, only for a time. For a brief while we went gaily, hand in hand. Then Jim lagged. He's a nice boy, but weak. He falters beneath a load. And as for pool, why, I've slept on pool tables. So naturally I know the angles better than he." That's a funny line, isn't it? I know the angles of pool tables because I've slept on 'em, see? Don't hurry, I'll wait for you. Even an act like mine needs applause. But Lorelei was in no laughing mood. She questioned Bob searchingly, and soon learned of Jim's visits, of the flask, of the pool games. When she understood it all, her eyes were glowing, but she found nothing to say. At last she got Bob to bed, then lay down beside him and stared into the darkness through many wakeful hours. In the morning he was not only contrite, but badly frightened. Yet when he undertook to make his peace, he found her unexpectedly mild. "If you're sorry, that's all I ask," she said. "I changed my mind during the night." "Never again," he promised feelingly. "I thought I had cured myself." Lorelei smiled at him faintly. "Cured? How long have you been a drinker?" "Oh, nearly always." "When were you first drunk?" I was 18, I think. You've been undergoing a bodily change for 10 years. During all that time, your brain cells have been changing their structure. And they'll never be healthy or normal until they've been made over. You can't accomplish that in a few weeks. Say, you don't mean I'm going to stay thirsty until my egg-shaped dome becomes round again? Well, yes. Why, that might take years. It took 10 years to work the damage. It will probably take 10 years to repair it. Bob was aghast. Good heavens, in 10 years I'll be too old to drink. I'd tremble so that I'd spill it. But where did you get all this MD dope? I've been reading. I've been talking to a doctor, too. You see, I wanted to help. Let's change doctors. 10 years. It can't be done. I'm afraid you're right. There's no such thing as reformation. A born criminal never reforms. Only those who go wrong from weakness or from bad influences ever make good. Drinking isn't a crime, Bob declared angrily, any more than freckles. It's just a form of diversion. Lorelei shook her head. If you're born an alcoholic, you'll probably die a drunkard. I'm hoping that you didn't inherit the taste. Well, whether it was left to me or whether I bought it, I can't go dry for 10 years. Then our bargain is ended. He looked up sharply. Oh, no, it isn't. Yes. He extended a shaking hand, and his voice was supplicating as he said, I can't get along without you, kid. You're a part of me, the vital part. I'd go to pieces quick if you quit now. When we made our agreement, I meant to live up to every bit of it, Lorelei told him gently. But we're going to try again, for this was Jim's fault. Jim? Jim was sorry for me. He tried to cheer. Lorelei's smile was bitter. Jim was never sorry for anybody except himself. My family hates you as your family hates me, and they'd like to separate us. Say, that's pretty rotten, Bob exclaimed. If he weren't your brother, I'd... Lorelei laughed mirthlessly. Go ahead. I wish you would. It might clear the atmosphere. Then I will. After a moment, he continued. I suppose you feel you must go on supporting them. Of course. Just as you feel you must support me. Is it entirely duty in my case? Seeing her hesitate, he insisted. Isn't there any love at all? I'm afraid not, Bob. The man pondered silently. I suppose if I were the right sort, he said at length, with some difficulty, I'd let you go under these circumstances. Well, I'm not the right sort. I'm not big or noble. I'm just an ordinary, medium-sized man. And I'm going to keep you. However, I'm through sidestepping. I've tried to outrun the Barleycorn brothers, but it's no use. So I'm going to turn and face them. If they lick me, I'll go under. But if I go under, I'll take you with me. I won't give you up, I won't. I shan't let you pull me down, she told him soberly. Then you'll have to bear me up. When a man's drowning, he grabs and holds on. That's me. There's nothing fine about me, understand? I'm human and selfish. I'd be happy in hell with you. You're not fair. I don't pretend to be. This isn't a bridge game. This is life. I'll cheat, I'll hold out, I'll deal from the bottom. If I can't win in any other way. Good God, don't you understand you're the only thing I ever loved? The only thing I ever wanted and couldn't get? I've never had but half of you. Don't expect me to give that up. He rose, jammed his hat upon his head, as if to escape from the room, then turned and crushed his wife to him with a fierce cruelty of possession. Lorelei could feel him shaking as he covered her face with kisses. But nothing within her stirred even faintly in answer to his passion. When Bob reached the financial district that day and resumed his quest for work, he was ablaze with resentment at himself and at the world in general. He took up the search with a dogged determination that was quite unlike him. One after another, he canvassed his friends for a position, and finally, as if ill fortune could not withstand his fervor, he was successful. It was not much of a job that was offered him, but he snapped at it and returned home that evening in the best of humor. Already the serious issues of the morning were but a memory. He burst in upon Lorelei like a gale, shouting, "I'm Chalkboy at Crosset and Myers, so you can give Bergman your notice tonight." "What's the salary?" "It isn't a salary, it's a humiliation. 25 a week is the total insult." "Why, Bob, that won't keep two and the family." "Damn the family." He quieted himself with an effort. "Well, you give your notice anyhow. I'll spear the coin for both establishments somehow. Come, I insist. I want to be able to shave myself without blushing." Lorelei's objections were not easily overcome. But at last, in view of the fact that the summer run of the review was drawing to a close, and the show would soon take to the road, she allowed herself to be persuaded. Throughout the next week, Bob Wharton really tried to make good. He was enthusiastic. The excitement of actual accomplishment was so novel that he had not the time to think of liquor. When Saturday came, and he found himself in possession of honestly earned funds, he felt a soul-satisfying ease. He decided to invest his first savings in a present for Lorelei. Then a graver sense of responsibility seized him, and he wrote to Mrs. Knight as follows. "My dear mother in New Jersey law. Enclosed, find 5 handsome examples of the engraver's skill, same being the result of 6 industrious days. I know your passion for these objets d'art. I appreciate your eagerness to share my father's celebrated collection, and I join you in regrets at your failure to do so. But remember, as a moth gnaws a garment, so doth envy consume a man. Take these photogravures, love them, cherish them, share them with the butcher, the baker, the hobble-skirt maker, and console yourself with the thought that, although you have lost much, you have gained something above price in me. Thine in everlasting fetters, Robert." Having dispatched this missive, he set out to find Jem, for the afternoon was young, and he wished to settle his obligations in full. It is well to be systematic. Business is largely a matter of system anyhow, and the tag ends of one week's work should never be allowed to lap over into another. A round of popular uptown resorts failed to discover Jem, but Bob's search finally brought him to Tony the barber's shop. And here, in the rear room, he found his brother-in-law playing cards with a pop-eyed youth and a repellent person with a cauliflower ear. Bob's greeting was hearty. "Evening, James," he cried. "Feel like taking your beating here?" "Hey, what's the matter?" Jim rose from his chair with a shocked intensity of gaze. "I'm just cleaning up my affairs for the day of rest, and I've come to return your last call. Alas, James, I am a weak vessel. Your work was coarse, but I fell for it." To the other occupants of the room he apologized. "I'm sorry to spoil your little game of authors, but necessity prods me." He extended a muscular hand for Jim's collar and found it. Mr. Armistead was of the emotional kind. He leaped to his feet and went to the rescue of his friend, but his first blow was wild. Seizing a chair, he swung it aloft, a maneuver which more effectively distracted Bob's attention. But this attack also failed when Bob's fist buried itself in the spongy region of Mr. Armistead's belt buckle, and that young man promptly lost all interest in Jimmy Knight's affairs. There had been a time when he might have weathered such a blow, but of late years, easy living had left its marks. Therefore, he sat down heavily, all but missing the chair he had just occupied. His eyes bulged more prominently than usual. He became desperately concerned with a strange difficulty in breathing. Alert, aggressive, Bob turned to face the man with a swollen ear. But young Sullivan, being a professional fighter, made no capital of amateur affairs and declined the issue with an upraised palm. "Friends, eh?" Bob panted. "Brothers," heartily ejaculated Sullivan, whereupon Bob foiled Jimmy Knight's shortcut for the door and proceeded with the purpose of his call. It was no difficult matter to chastise Jim, whose spirit was as wretched as his strength. As the wind whips a flag, as a man flaps a dusty garment, so did Bob shake his victim. Jim felt his spine crack and his limbs unjoint. His teeth snapped. He bit his tongue. His heels rattled upon the floor. Bob seemed bent upon shaking the bones from his flesh and the marrow from his bones. But try as he would, Jim could not prevent the outrage. He struggled, he clawed, he kicked, he yelled. His arms threshed loosely, like the limber appendages to a stuffed figure. Mr. Armistead, unnaturally pale, remained seated. He emitted harrowing sounds, like those made by air leaking into a defective pump. Sullivan looked on with the lively appreciation of a roughhouse expert. When Bob emerged from the rear room, he found the barber shop in confusion. Tony was leading a charge at the head of his assistants, who were supported in turn by the customers, but he fell back at the sight of the flushed Victor. "It was nothing but a little family affair," Bob reassured him. "Now, if you please, I'll borrow a hairbrush." In front of a mirror, he tidied himself, settled his scarf with a deft jerk, then went out whistling. As it was nearly closing time for the matinees, he strolled toward the Circuit Theater, full of a satisfying contentment with the world. Now that he owed it nothing, he resolved to meet his future obligations as they arose. Early on Monday morning, Bob reported for work, only to receive from Mr. Crossett, whom he had always regarded as a warm friend, the notice of his discharge. "What's the matter? Didn't I make good?" he demanded. Crossett was a young man. More than once he and Bob had scandalized Broadway. Some of their exploits were epic. Now he shrugged carelessly, saying, "Oh, you made good, I guess, but we can't take a chance with you." "I suppose you're afraid I'll steal some of your chalk?" Crossett grinned, then deponed with extreme gravity. "Bob, you drink. You're unsteady in your habits. It's too bad, but we can't. I don't drink as much as you do." "Nobody does, but that's beside the question. As a matter of fact, I've quit." The announcement drew a hearty chuckle. "You're a great comedian, Bob," said Crossett. After surveying his friend for a moment, Bob responded with great earnestness, "But you're not. This fails to hand me a laugh. Now tell me, how did you wet your feet? And whence comes the icy draught?" "Well, from the direction of Pittsburgh, if you must know. It seems you are an undesirable citizen, Bob. A dangerous character. There's a can tied to you, and we can't afford to antagonize the whole Steel Trust." "I see. I'm afraid I'll have to disown that father of mine." "What's the trouble, anyhow?" At Bob's explanation, Crossett whistled. "Funny, I didn't hear about it. Married and happy, eh? Well, I'm sorry I can't help you." "You can." "How?" "Lend me $500. "Certainly." Crossett lunged at his desk, scribbled a line to the cashier, and handed it to Bob. Then, in a response to a call from the customer's room, dashed away with a hearty farewell. As Bob passed through the outer office, he ran his eye over the opening prices, being half inclined to scalp with his sudden wealth. But luck had never run his way, and he reconsidered. Anyhow, there were more agreeable uses to which he could put this money. For one thing, he needed several suits. For another, it was high time he gave Lorelei some little remembrance. He hadn't given her a present in nearly 2 weeks. and women set great store by such attentions. He decided to invest his money in Maiden Lane and demanded credit from his tailor. But a half hour at a jewelry shop convinced him that nothing suitable to so splendid a creature as his wife could be purchased for a paltry $500, and he was upon the point of returning to Crosset with a request to double the loan when his common sense asserted itself. Poverty was odious but not shameful, he reflected. Ostentation, on the other hand, was vulgar. Would it not be in bad taste to squander this happy windfall upon jewelry when Lorelei needed practical things? Bob was cheered by the breadth of these sentiments. They showed that he was beginning soberly to realize the leaden responsibilities of a family man. No, instead of a jewel, he would buy his wife a dog. At a fashionable uptown kennel, he found exactly what he wanted, in the shape of a Pekingese, a playful, pedigreed pocket dog, scarcely larger than 2 fists. It was a creature to excite the admiration of any woman. Its family tree was taller than that of a Spanish nobleman, and its name was Ying. But here again Bob was handicapped by poverty, for sleeve dogs are expensive novelties, and the price of Ying was $700, marked down from $1,000, and evidently the bargain of a lifetime at that price. Bob hated to haggle, but he showed that his ability to drive a sharp bargain was merely latent, and he finally bore the animal away in triumph. To outgeneral a dog fancier was a tribute to his shrewdness. To save $200 on a single purchase was economy of a high order. Much elated, he set out briskly for his tailor's place of business. End of Chapter 20.
Chapter 21, The Auction Block. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aaron K. The Auction Block by Rex Beach. Chapter 21. It still lacked something of luncheon time when Bob Wharton swung into Fifth Avenue with Ying snugly ensconced in his coat pocket. Bob was in fine fettle, what with the anticipation of Lorelei's delight at his gift and the certainty of an agreeable hour with his tailor. It was always a pleasure to deal with Kurtz, for in his shop customers were treated with the most delicate consideration. Salesmen, cutters, fitters, all were pleasant acquaintances who displayed neither the fawning obsequiousness of Fifth Avenue tradespeople nor the sullen apathy of the Broadway clerks. Kurtz himself was an artist. He was also a person of generally cultivated taste, and a man about town. His pleasure in making a sale was less than his delight at meeting and serving his customers, and his books were open only to those he considered his equals. A stony-faced doorman kept watch and ward in the Gothic hallway to discourage the general public from entering the premises. The fact that Bob owed several $100s dismayed that young man not in the least, for Kurtz never mentioned money matters. The price of garments being, after all, of far less consequence than fit and style, and that elusive something which Kurtz called effect. Our daily actions are controlled by a variety of opposing influences which are like threads pulling at us from various directions. When for any reason certain of these threads are snapped and the balance is disturbed, we are drawn into strange pathways, and our whole lives may be changed through the operation of what seems a most trivial case. In Bob's case, the cause approached all unheralded in the person of Mr. Richard Cady, the youth whose magnificent vacuity of purpose was the envy of his friends. Comet-like, he was destined to appear, flash brightly, then disappear below the horizon of this tale. Mr. Cady greeted Bob with listless enthusiasm, teetering the while upon his cane like a Japanese equilibrist. "Haven't seen you for ages," he began. "Been abroad?" Bob explained that he was spending the summer in New York, a statement that filled his listener with the same horror he would have felt had he learned that Bob was passing the heated season in the miasmatic jungles of the Amazon. "Just ran down from Newport," Cady volunteered. "I'm sailing today. Better join me for a trip." "I know." He cut Bob's refusal short. Travel's an awful nuisance. I get seasick myself. Then why play at it? Katie rolled a mournful eye upon his friend. Girl, said he hollowly. Showgirl. If I stay, I'll marry her, and that wouldn't do. Positively not. So I'm running away. I'll wait over if you'll join me. I'm a working man. Ha! Mr. Katie expelled a short laugh. True, and I've quit drinking. Now, Katie was blasé, but he had a heart. His sympathies were slow, but he was not insensible to misfortune. Accordingly, he responded with a cry of pity, running his eye over his friend to estimate the ravages of temperance. Midway in its course, his gaze halted. He passed a silk-gloved palm lightly across his brow, and looked again. A tiny head seemed to protrude from Bob's pocket. A pair of bright, inquiring eyes seemed to be peering directly at the observer. I guess I better quit too, said Katie faintly. Are you alone? Bob gently extracted Ying from his resting place, and the two men studied him gravely. Little beggar, isn't he? Katie remarked. Has he got a brother? I'd like to give one to, you know. He's alone in the world. I'm his nearest of kin. Give you $5 for him, Katie offered. I just paid $500, and he's worth $1,000. Why, his people came over ahead of the Mayflower. The gloomy lover was interested. In his face there gleamed a faint desire. Think of it. We'll make $1,000. I'll send him in a bunch of orchids. Ha! He doubled over his stick, convulsed with appreciation of his own originality. But again Bob refused. Don't be nasty. I'll make it $1,500. Bob carefully replaced the canine atom and grinned at his friend. I need the money, but nothing doing. Up against it? Hopefully inquired the other. Broke. I couldn't afford a nickel to see an earthquake. I'll lend you $1,500 and take Ying as security. But Bob remained inflexible, and Mr. Katie relapsed into gloom, muttering. Gee, you're a rotten businessman. So says my heartless father. He has sewed up my pockets and scuttled my drawing account, hence the dinner pail on my arm. I'm in quest of toil. I'll bet you starve, brightly predicted Mr. Katie, in an effort at encouragement. I'll lay you $5,000 that you make a flivver of anything you try. I've quit gambling, too. As they shook hands, Katie grunted. My invitation to globetrot is withdrawn. Fine company you'd be. As Bob walked up the avenue, he pondered deeply, wondering if he really were so lacking in ability as his friends believed. Money was such a common thing, after all. The silly labor of acquiring it could not be half so interesting as the spending of it. Anybody can make money, but to enjoy it, to circulate it judiciously, one must possess individuality of a sort. Money seemed to come to some people without effort, and from the strangest sources. Kurtz, for instance, had grown rich out of coats and trousers. Bob halted frowning, while Ying peered out from his hiding place at the passing throngs, exposing a tiny, limp, pink-ribbon tongue. If Kurtz, armed only with a pair of shears and a foolish tape, had won to affluence, why couldn't another? Stockbroking was no longer profitable. None of Bob's friends had earned their salt for months, and old Hannibal's opposition evidently forced a change of occupation. The prospect of such a change was annoying, but scarcely alarming to an ingrained optimist, and Bob took comfort in reflecting that the best-selling literature of the day was replete with instances of disinherited sons, impoverished society men, ruined bankers, or mere idlers who, by lightning strokes of genius, had mended their fortunes overnight. Some few in the earlier days of frenzied fiction had played the market, others the ponies, still others had gone west and developed abandoned gold mines or obscure water powers. A number also had grown disgustingly rich from patenting rat traps or shoe buttons. One young man had discovered a way to keep worms out of railroad ties and had promptly bludgeoned the railroad companies out of fabulous royalties. Over the stock market idea, Bob could work up no enthusiasm. He knew too much about it, and inasmuch as horse racing was no longer fashionable, opportunities for a Pittsburgh Phil future seemed limited. Moreover, he had never saved a jockey's life, nor a jockey's mother from eviction, hence feed-box tips were not likely. Nor did he know a single soul in the business of inventing rat traps or shoe buttons. As for going west, He was clearly of the opinion that a search for abandoned gold mines or forgotten waterfalls wasn't in his line, and the secret of creosoting railroad ties, now that he came to think of it, was still locked up in the breast of its affluent discoverer. Besides, as the whole episode had occurred in the second act of a play, the safety of a building upon it was doubtful at best. No, evidently the well-recognized shortcuts to wealth had all been obliterated by many feet, and he must find another. But where? At length Bob's wrinkled brow smoothed itself, and he nodded. His path was plain. It led around the nearest corner to his tailor's door. Mr. Kurtz's greeting was warm as Bob strolled into the stately showroom with its high-blacked Flemish oak chairs, its great carved tables, its paneled walls with their antlered decorations. This, it may be said, was not a shop, not a store where clothes were sold, but a studio where men's distinctive garments were draped, and the difference was perfectly apparent on the first of each month. Bob gave Ying his freedom, to the great interest of the proprietor, who studied the dog's points with a practiced eye. "Kurtz," began Bob abruptly, "I just bet Dick Cady $5,000 that I can make my own living for 6 months." This falsehood troubled him vaguely until he remembered that high finance must be often conducted behind a veil. Mr. Kurtz, genial, shrewd, gray, raised admiring eyes from the capering puppy and said, "I'll take another 5,000. But Bob declined. "No, I'm going to work." This announcement interested the tailor deeply. "Who's going to hire you?" he asked. "You are." Kurtz blinked. "Maybe you would like to bet on that, too," he ventured. "I'll give you odds." "Work is one of the few things I haven't tried. You need a good salesman." "No, I don't. I have 7 already." "Say, wouldn't you like the trade of the whole younger set? I can bring you a lot of fresh customers, fellows like me." "Fresh customers is right," laughed Kurtz, then sobered quickly. "You're joking, of course." "I'm so serious I could cry. How much is it worth to you to make clothes for my crowd?" "Well," the tailor considered, "quite a bit." "The boys like to see Dick trimmed. It's a matter of principle with them never to let him win a bet, and they'd do anything for me. You're the best tailor in the city, but too conservative. Now I'm going to bring you 50 new accounts, every one good for better than $2,000 a year. That's $100,000. How much am I offered?" Going? Wait a minute. Would you stick to me for 6 months if I took you on?" "My dear Kurtz, I'll poultice myself upon you for life. I'll guarantee myself not to slide, slip, wrinkle, or skid. 30 years hence, when you come hobbling down to business, you'll find me here." Mr. Kurtz dealt in novelties, and the idea of a society salesman was sufficiently new to appeal to his commercial sense. "I'll pay you 20%, he offered, "for all the new names you put on my books. Make it 25 on the first orders and 20 on repeaters. I'll bring my own luncheon and pay my car fare." "There wouldn't be any profit left," demurred Kurtz. "Good. Then it's a bargain, 25 and 20. Now watch me grab the adolescent offshoots of our famous 400. Bob chased Ying into a corner, captured him, then took a bus up the avenue to the college club for luncheon. At 3 o'clock he returned, accompanied by 4 flushed young men whose names gave Kurtz a thrill. In spite of their modish appearance, they declared themselves indecently shabby and allowed Bob to order for them, a favor which he performed with a Rajah's lofty disregard of expense. He sat upon one of the carved tables, teasing Ying and selecting samples as if for a quartet of bridegrooms. Being bosom cronies of Mr. Cady, the 4 youths needed little urging. When they had gone in to be measured, Kurtz said guardedly, "Whew, that's more stuff than I've sold in 2 weeks. "A mere trifle," Bob grinned happily. "Say, Kurtz, this is the life. This is the job for me, panhandling juvenile plurocrats. No office hours, no heavy lifting, and Thursdays off. I'm going to make you famous." "You'll break me with another run like that." "How much did they order?" The proprietor ran over his figures incredulously. 24 sack suits, 2 riding suits, 1 knicker, 4 evening suits, 4 dinner suits, 40 fancy waistcoats, 16 evening waistcoats, 4 pairs riding breeches, 4 motor coats, 3 vincuna overcoats, 2 ulsters. You don't think they're bluffing? Why should they bluff? They've never discovered how many suits they have. Now figure it up and tell me the bad news." Mr. Kurtz did as directed, announcing, $5,505. Pikers! Exclaimed the new salesman. Then he began laboriously to compute 25% of the sum, using as a pad a bolt of expensive white silk vest material. $1,376.25 is my blackmail, Kurtz. That's what I call a safe and sane fourth. Not bad for dull times, and yet it might be better. Anyhow, it's the hardest $1,376 I ever earned. Hard? The merchant's lip twitched, oscillating his cigar violently. Hard? I'll bet those fellows even bought your lunch. I suppose you mean it's the first money you ever earned. He seemed to choke over the last word. Well, it's worth something to get men like these on the books. But $1,376 and 25 cents. Mr. Kurtz gulped. In one day. Why, I could buy a farm for that. How much will you have to earn to cover your living expenses for 6 months? Ah, there we journey into the realm of purest speculation. Bob favored him with a sunny smile. As well, ask me how much my living expenses must be in order to cover my earnings. Whatever one is, the other will be approximately ditto, or perhaps slightly in excess thereof. Anyhow, nothing but rigid economy, bane of my life, will make the one fit into the other. But I have a thought. Something tells me these boys need white flannels, so get out your stock, Kurtz. If they can't play tennis, they must learn, for my sake. Bob's remarkable stroke of fortune called for a celebration, and his 4 customers clamored that he squander his profits forthwith. Ordinarily, such a course would have been just to his liking, but now he was dying to tell Lorelei of his triumph, and fearing to trust himself with even one drink, he escaped from his friends as soon as possible. Thus it chanced he arrived home sober. It was a happy homecoming, for Ying was adorable and made his way instantly into Lorelei's heart, while Bob was in a state of exaltation. He had no desire to bind himself to Kurtz's service for 6 months or for any other period, nor had he the least thought of living up to his agreement until Lorelei began to treat the matter seriously. Then he objected blankly. Why, it was all right as a joke, but I don't want to be a tailor. There's no romance in woolen goods. How much do you owe? She asked. Really, I have no idea. It's something you don't have to remember. Somebody always reminds you in plenty of times, and then you borrow enough to pay up. Let's forget the romance and pay up without borrowing. Remember, you have 2 families to support. Nothing that the idea of permanent employment galled him, she added craftily. Of course, you'll never sell another lot of clothes like this. But why not? It's like selling candy to a child. You can't go with that crowd without drinking. Is that so? Now you sit tight and hold your hat on. I can make that business pay if I try, and still stay in the Rainmakers Union. There's big money in it. Enough so we can live the way we want to. I'm sick of this telephone booth anyhow. We'll present it to some nice newsboy and rent an apartment with a closet. This one's so small I don't dare to let my trousers bag. Besides, we've been under cover long enough, and I want you to meet the people I know. We can afford the expense, now that I'm making $1,376.25 a day. I should like to know nice people, Lorelei confessed. I'm sick of the kind I've met. The men are indecent and the women are vulgar. I've always wanted to know the other kind. Bob was delighted. His fancy took fire, and already he was far along toward prosperity. You'll make a hit with the younger set. You'll be a perfect rave. Bert Heyman told me today that his married sister is entertaining a lot, and since the drama will be tottering on its way to destruction without you in a few days, I'll tell him to see that we're invited out to Long Island for a weekend. End of Chapter 21. Read by Aaron K.
Chapter 22 of the Auction Block. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KimberlyB. The Auction Block by Rex Beach. Chapter 22. Under Lorelei's encouragement, Bob put in the next 2 weeks to good advantage. In fact, so obsessed was he with his new employment that it was not long before his imaginary bet with Katie assumed reality in his mind. Moreover, it became gossip around his clubs. And in quarters where he was well known, his method of winning the wager was deemed not only characteristic but ingenious. His exploits were famous, and his friends, rejoicing in one more display of eccentricity and relishing any mild misfortune to Dick Cady, in the majority of cases, changed tailors. Business at Kurtz's increased so substantially that Bob was treated with reverential amazement by everyone in the shop. The other salesmen gazed upon him with envy. Kurtz's bearing changed in a way that was extremely gratifying to one who had been universally accounted a failure. And Bob expanded under success. He began to feel more than mere amusement in his experiment. His marriage in some way had become public, but although it occasioned some comment, the affair was too old to be of much news value, and therefore it did not get into the papers, except as an announcement. Now that he had escaped the disagreeable notoriety he had expected, and was possessed of larger means, Bob, inordinately proud of his wife's beauty, and boyishly eager to display it, undertook to win social recognition for her. It was no difficult task for one with his wide acquaintance to make a beginning. Lorelei was surprised and delighted one day to receive an invitation for her and her husband to spend a weekend at Fennel Court, the country home of Bert Hayman's sister. She had not been sorry to give up her theatrical work, and the prospect of meeting nice people, of leaving for good and all the sordid, unhealthy atmosphere of Broadway, bathed her in a glow of anticipation. She had considerable knowledge of rich men, in their hours of recreation at least, but of their women she knew little, and nothing whatever of the life which went on in exclusive circles. During the fortnight of preparation before the visit, her feelings more nearly approached stage fright than upon the occasion of her first public appearance. Fennel Court is one of the show places of the Wheatley Hills section. The house itself is a pretentious structure of brick and terracotta, crowning a hill. A formal and a sunken garden, the latter with a pergola and a temple of Venus. Grassy terraces, rows and clumps of ornamental trees, and dwarf shrubs. Dazzling patches of flowers and empty green lawns evidence the skill of a highly paid landscape artist, while stables, greenhouses, a natatorium, tennis and squash courts in the background testify to the expensive habits of the owners. The gardens are a feature of the estate. A fortune is represented in the stone pools, the massive urns, the statuary, and the potted plants. Spotless, brilliant-hued tiled walks lead between riotous beds ablaze with every color, and the main driveway swings to the crest of a ridge that overlooks this charming prospect. Bert Hayman drove the Whartons out from the city, and Lorelei's first glimpse of Fennel Court was such that she forgot her vague dislike of Hayman himself. Bert, who had met her and Bob for luncheon, had turned out to be, instead of a polished man of the world, a glib youth with an artificial laugh and a pair of sober, heavy-lidded eyes. Lorelei's shyness at meeting him had quickly disappeared when she found that he knew more theatrical people than she, and that he was quite unable to talk interestingly about anything except choruses and coryphees. Of the former, he was a merciless critic. Of the latter, he was an enthusiastic supporter. That he possessed a keen appreciation of feminine beauty, he showed by surrendering, unconditionally, to Lorelei's charms. She might have been flattered, had he not pressed his attentions over boldly. As it was, seeing that Bob was pleased at the tribute to his wife's loveliness, rather than offended at his friend's effrontery, she did her best to smother her resentment. As Hayman's car rolled up the driveway and the beauties of Fennel Court displayed themselves, Lorelei found her heart throbbing violently. Was this not the beginning of a glorious adventure? Was not life unfolding at last? Was she not upon the threshold of a new world? The flutter in her breast was answer. Bert led the way through an impressive hall that bisected the building, then out upon a stately balustraded stone terrace, where, in the grateful shade of gaudy awnings, a dozen people were chattering at tea tables. Mrs. Fennel, the hostess, a plain-faced, dumpy young matron, welcomed the newcomers, then made Lorelei known. As for Bob, he needed no introductions. A noisy outburst greeted him, and Lorelei's heart warmed at the welcome. There were a few embarrassing moments when she felt critical eyes measuring her, but her first instinctive appraisal of the other woman made her easy. It needed no more than a modest estimate of her own attractions to tell her that she was the smartest person in the smart assembly. The swift, startled admiration of the men proved it beyond question. A few moments of chatter, then she and Bob were led into the house again and up to a cool, wide bedroom. As Lorelei removed her motor coat and bonnet, she exclaimed breathlessly, "What a gorgeous house! And those people, they weren't the least bit formal." Bob laughed. "Formality is about the last thing they're famous for. There's liable to be too much informality. Say, you made those dames look like Monday morning wash ladies' parade. I knew you would." "You said this was the younger set, but that awful Thompson Belair widow is here, and that blonde girl I met with her." "Alice Wyeth?" "Yes, I thought she was going to kiss you." Bob grinned. "So did I. She will, too, if she feels like it." "Won't you have anything to say about it?" "What could I say? Alice does just as she likes. So does everybody else, for that matter. I've never gone in for this sort of thing very much." After a moment, Lorelei ventured, "I suppose they're all hard drinkers." "That wasn't spring water you saw in their glasses." "Are you going to?" Lorelei eyed him anxiously. "I can't very well make myself conspicuous by refusing everything. I don't want to look like a zebra in a hen yard. And a cocktail before dinner wouldn't hurt anybody." Noting his wife's expression, he kissed her lightly. "Now don't spoil your first party by worrying over me. Just forget you're married and have a good time." Music greeted them as they descended the stairs, and they found some of the guests dancing to the strains of a giant orchestrion built into the music room. Haman promptly seized upon Lorelei and whirled her away, but not before she saw the Wyeth blonde making for Bob, as an eagle makes for its prey. Society was tango mad. The guests could not wait for evening, but indulged their latest fancy in the open air and in the light of day. Doubtless the naiads used to dance in daylight when they made merry, but modern Terpsichorean figures are suitable only for the evening. The spectacle of a red-faced, harem-skirted matron wobbling through a one-step, her billowing amplitude restrained only by a boneless 6-inch corset, is even less classic than the antics of a dancing bear. Guests continued to arrive from time to time, some from Westchester and the Connecticut shore, others from neighboring estates. One couple in riding clothes out for a gallop dismounted and stayed for a trot. The huge tiled terrace began to resemble a Broadway the dansant. There was more freedom, more vivacity than Lorelei was accustomed to, even in the gayest downtown resorts. The fun was swift and hilarious, and there was a great deal of drinking. Bob, after a manful struggle against his desires and a frightened resistance to the advances of Miss Wyeth, had fled to the billiard room. The widow T.B., odorous of cocktails, plowed through the intricacies of the latest dances, wallowing like a bluff-bowed tramp steamer, full to the hatches with a cargo of rum and sugar. Bert Hayman, fatuously inflamed with Lorelei's beauty, waged a bitter contest with the other men for her favor. He appropriated her. He was affectionate. He ventured to become suggestive in a snickering, covert way. His intimate manner of dancing would not have been tolerated in any public place. And Lorelei was upon the point of objecting until she saw that the others, men and women alike, were exaggerating the movements and entwining their limbs even more pronouncedly. Hardin Fennel, Lorelei's host, explained, "We don't dance in the cafes anymore. They're so strict, it's no fun." Fennel was a slight man of 30 or 50, colorless of face and predatory of nose. He had a shocking sense of humor, which he displayed by telling Lorelei a story that left her mute with indignation until she saw he was quite unconscious of any breach of etiquette. When he finally left her, she was sadly bewildered and found herself wondering if the occurrences of this afternoon were not a part of some bad dream. Certainly, such an erotic atmosphere could not be considered smart. This complete freedom from restraint could not be a recognized social usage. The suspicion that Fennel had presumed upon her reputation as a showgirl to lower the bars of decorum troubled her, until she heard him repeat his vile story to other women. From the general laughter, she judged that her own ideas would be thought puritanical. She became interested in watching Miss Courtenay, the girl in the riding habit, one of the seasoned debutantes, who, it seemed, was especially susceptible to the influence of liquor. "If you shake a bar towel at Elizabeth, she goes under the table," Bert Hayman explained. "We love to get her full." It excited great merriment when some time later, Miss Courtenay had to be sent home in an automobile, leaving her saddle horse to be led by her escort. Lorelei was glad when it came time to dress for dinner. As she went to her room, Mrs. Fennel stopped her on the stairs to say, "My dear, you're stunning in that little black and white. Where did you get it?" Lorelei gave her the name of her tailor. "Really, I've never heard of her." Mrs. Fennel smiled and laid a soft hand upon her guest's arm. "Elizabeth Courtenay was frantically jealous of you." "Of me? I don't understand." "She and Bert are great friends, and he's gone perfectly daft over you. Why, he's telling everybody." Lorelei flushed, to the evident amusement of her hostess, who ran on. "Oh, Bert means it. I never heard him rave so. Quite a compliment, my dear. He declares he's going to win you, so make up your mind to it. He never takes no for an answer." With a playful pat, she went on her way, leaving the young wife weak with dismay. When Bob came in, he betrayed an elation only too familiar. "You've been drinking!" cried Lorelei. "I had to. I ran 15 3 times. My abstinence is the marvel of the whole party. Why, Clayton has composed a song about it." "I'm afraid—" "Say, you can't help sneezing when you have a cold. What's a fellow going to do in a crowd like this? But don't worry, I know when to quit." In truth, he did seem better to take care of himself than most of the men Lorelei had seen. So she said no more. As he throttled himself with his evening tie, Bob gasped, "Having a good time?" "Yes." Lorelei could not summon courage for a negative answer. She could not confess that her dream had turned out wretchedly. And what Bob seemed to consider simply the usual thing impressed her as abnormal and wanton. "Well, that's good," he said. "I'm not strong for these weekend slaughters, but it's something you'll have to do." "Is all society like this?" she inquired. Yes and no. Society is like a layer cake." "Because it's made of dough?" Bob laughed. "Partly. Anyhow, the upper crust is icy, and while the lower layer is just as rich as those above, it's more indigestible." There's the heavy, soggy layers in between, too. I don't know any of that crowd. They're mostly dodos, the kind that endow colleges. This younger set keeps the whole cake from getting tasteless. After a while, Lorelei ventured, I'm still a little nervous. I wish you'd stay close to me this evening. Can't be done, Bob declared. It's a rule at Fennel Court. The husbands must ignore their wives. Betty doesn't invite many married couples, and a wife lover is considered a pest. When in Rome, do as the tourists do. Lorelei finished dressing in silence. Dinner was quite different to anything Bob's wife had ever experienced. And if the afternoon had been embarrassing to her, the evening was a trial. As the cocktails were served, Hardin Fennel distinguished himself by losing his balance and falling backward, to the great amusement of his guests. No one went to his assistance. He regained his feet by climbing a high-backed chair, hand over hand. And during the dinner, he sat for the most part in a comatose state, his eyes bleared and staring, his tongue unresponsive. Lorelei had little opportunity of watching him, since Bert Heyman monopolized her attention. The latter made love openly, violently now. And it added to her general disgust to see that Bob had fallen again into the clutches of Miss Wyeth, who made no secret of her fondness for him. Lorelei was not the only one to take special note of the blonde girl's infatuation. Mrs. Thompson-Belair was equally observant, and at length made her disapproval patent by a remark that set the table laughing and drove the blood from Lorelei's face. As if further to vent her resentment at Bob, the widow turned spitefully upon his wife. Seeing Lorelei wince, Heyman murmured consolingly, "Oh, don't mind the old heifer. She's jealous of any man Alice speaks to." But Mrs. Thompson-Belair seemed to take a quenchless delight in embarrassing her victim. And sometime later, Lorelei heard her explain to the man on her right, "We weren't surprised in the least. Bob's always doing some crazy thing when he's drunk. His latest fancy, pretty of course, but from some western village, I believe. Can't possibly last. Why should it?" The words were purposely made audible, and during the rest of the meal, when Mrs. Thompson-Belair was not bitingly sarcastic to Lorelei, she was offensively patronizing. Bert Heyman, it transpired, was not only an authority on musical comedies and pony ballets, but he was equally well posted on dogs. And a debutante across the table appealed to him for advice in breeding an Airedale bitch she had purchased at the last show. The discussion that followed was sufficiently frank to embarrass the aristocratic Airedale herself, had she been present, but it did not appear to shock the diners. Mrs. Madden, a neighbor, who was a leader in the polo set, dropped in for coffee and a cigarette. Lorelei was surprised to see her clad in a well-fitting man's dinner suit. Mrs. Madden's hair was tightly drawn back, with a neat part on the left side. She smoked extra-large cigarettes from a man's jeweled case. Her voice was coarse, her mannerisms distinctly masculine, nor was this eccentricity a passing whim. She masqueraded thus, so Heyman affirmed, whenever she dared, and had once attempted to attend a horse show in trousers. After dinner, Lorelei had a better opportunity than during the afternoon of becoming acquainted with the women of the party. But the experience was not pleasant. Mrs. Thompson-Belair had struck a popular note by patronizing her, and the other women followed suit. Lorelei amused and interested them in a casual way, but she was made to understand that they regarded her as not Bob's wife in any real sense, but rather as his latest and most fleeting fancy. His marriage they seemed to look upon as a bizarre adventure, such as might happen to any man in their set who was looking for amusement. There was more dancing during the evening. Miss Wyeth continued to monopolize Bob, and Lorelei was offended to note that his resistance, gave signs of weakening. She smothered her feelings, however, and remonstrated gently, only to find that he was in no condition to listen. The dinner had been too much for him. There were many gaieties to enliven the party, and although outward decencies were observed after a fashion, Lorelei was sickened by the sheer license that she had felt on every hand. Unable to endure the growing heat of Haman's advances, she slipped away at last and hid herself in another room, only to overhear a quarrel between Alice Wyeth and Mrs. Thompson Belair, the fierceness of which was only equaled by its absurdity. Lorelei stole out of the room again with ears burning. Her dislike of the muscular widow had turned to loathing, and she was glad to return to the lights and laughter. She had a wild desire to make her excuses and escape from Felon Court, but Bob had disappeared. And she gathered that he and Bert were playing off some fabulous wager in the billiard room. Pleading a headache, she excused herself as soon as she could. "So sorry," said Mrs. Fennel. Then, with a knowing laugh, "There's no likelihood of Bob's annoying you for some time. Bertie will see to that." End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Auction Block. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Auction Block by Rex Beach. Chapter 23. Once in her room, Lorelei gave way to the indignation that had been slowly growing in her breast. How dared Bob introduce her to such people? If this was the world in which he had moved before his marriage, he had shown his wife an insult by bringing her into it. Surely people like the Fennels, Bert Haman, Mrs. Thompson Belair, the Madden woman, were not typical members of New York's exclusive circles. Applied to them, smart was a laughably inadequate term. They were worse than fast. They were frankly vicious. This was more than a gay weekend party. It was an orgy. Lorelei's anger at her betrayal was so keen that she dared not send for Bob immediately for fear of speaking too violently. But she assured herself that she would leave in the morning, even though he chose to remain. Still in a blazing temper, she disrobed and sat down to calm herself and to wait for her husband. A half-hour passed. Then another. At last she sent a maid in quest of him, but the report she received was not reassuring. Bob was scarcely in a condition to come to his room. Lorelei's lips were white as she dismissed the servant. By and by the music ceased. She heard people passing in the hall, and distinguished Betty Fennel's voice bidding good night to someone. Still she waited. Heavy with resentment, sick from disillusionment, she finally crept into bed, leaving one electric candle burning upon her dressing-table. Although she knew she could not sleep, she determined to postpone a scene with Bob by feigning slumber. When the door opened with a cautious hand, she closed her eyes and lay still. She heard Bob turn the key and tiptoe toward her. But even when he stood over her and she caught the odor of his garments, she did not lift her lids. A moment passed, and then some sixth sense gave her warning, and her eyes flew open. Haman was standing at the bedside, peering down at her. He extended a cautious hand, saying, "Don't make a fuss. Everything is all—" Lorelei spoke sharply, but with a restraint that surprised her. "What are you doing here?" "What am I? Why, nothing especial. Had to tell you good night, you know." He laughed guardedly, nervously. She saw that he was considerably drunker than when she had escaped from his attentions, but evidently he knew quite well what he was about. "Kindly get out and close the door after you," she directed, still without raising her voice. "The door's closed and locked," he snickered. Lorelei sat up with eyes blazing. "Oh, don't worry about Bob," muttered Hayman, reassuringly. "Bob's good for 2 hours yet. I've seen to that, and he couldn't find his way upstairs anyhow. Say, I want to talk to you. You've got me going, Lorelei." "You've been drinking, Mr. Hayman. I'm willing to think that you made a mistake in the room. If you go at once." The intruder took no warning from her crisp tones, nor from the fact that her twilight eyes were as dark as a midnight sky. On the contrary, he suddenly bent low over her, his odorous breath beating into her face, his arms reaching for her. With the lithe alertness of a leopard, she evaded him. The next instant the bed was between them, and she had whipped a negligee about her. For an instant they faced each other. Then she pointed a quivering arm, gasping in a voice that sounded strange and throaty to her ears. "Get out! Get out, you beast!" Hayman was unused to opposition. He had engineered this moment carefully. A galling anger rose to meet hers as he felt his labors wasted. "Don't get flighty," he growled. "You knew I'd come, didn't you? Why'd you leave your door unlocked if you didn't expect me?" Lorelei stepped to her dressing-table and pressed the pearl push-button, holding her finger upon it and staring at Hayman. "Oh, ring and be damned!" he cried. "Call Bob, I'll tell him you asked me in." He moved toward her, his body swaying, his hands shaking, his face convulsed, but as he groped forward she snatched one of the electric candlesticks from among her toilet articles and swung it above her head. The fixture was of heavy brass, and its momentum ripped the connection from its socket. Her arm was tense with the strength of utter loathing as she brought the weapon down. Hayman reeled away, covering his face with his hands and cursing wildly. Then, profiting by his retreat, Lorelei was at the door, had turned the key, and was in the hall before he could prevent her. Guided more by instinct than by reason or memory, she found Mrs. Fennel's chamber and pounded upon its door with blind fury. She heard a stir from the direction whence she had come, and Hayman's voice calling something unintelligible. Then Mrs. Fennel's startled face appeared before her. "What's the matter, my dear? You'll wake everybody in the house." "Your brother forced his way into my room." "What are you talking about?" Mrs. Fennel drew her guest swiftly inside. "Hush! Don't make a show of yourself." "What's all this?" came from Hardin Fennel, who was sprawled in a chintz-covered easy-chair, minus coat, waistcoat, and collar. He rose slowly as Lorelei, incoherent with rage, poured out her story. "What's trouble?" he mumbled. "Bob's all right, and so's Bert. They're both drunk, but Bob's the drunkest. What are you talking about, anyhow?" "Be still," his wife cried, sharply. "It's Bertie again." Then of Lorelei she inquired, "But why did you let him into your room if you were going to quarrel?" "Mrs. Fennel!" Now, don't be silly. Bertie didn't mean anything. He's intoxicated, and there's no harm done. You said you struck him with something. I presume he's hurt, and everybody in the house will know about it." "Got into your room, eh?" Hardin Fennel said, thickly, then exploded in moist laughter. "Bertie's work is all right, but it's coarse. Don't you mind him, Mrs. Wharton." "Will you send someone for Bob?" Lorelei asked more quietly. "I want to leave." But her hostess protested. "Now, why stir up trouble? Bob is drunk. He and Bertie are old friends. Bertie will apologize in the morning, and, after all, it was nothing. I told you he was mad about you. He's just like any other man, and you shouldn't have encouraged him." "Will you send for my husband?" Mrs. Fennel's gaze hardened. She stiffened herself, saying coldly, "Why, certainly, if you insist upon rousing the whole household. But he's in no condition to understand this silly affair. You might have some consideration for us." "Sure," echoed the husband. "Go to sleep and forget it. Don't spoil the party." "You realize we have other guests?" snapped Mrs. Fennel. Bright discs of color were burning in Lorelei's cheeks. She was smiling peculiarly. "Rest easy," she said. "I've no wish to embarrass you, nor to drag my husband into this rotten business. It seems he's as modern as the rest of you, but I'm old-fashioned." There came a knock at the door, and Hayman's voice, calling, "Betty, let me in." His sister opened the door an inch or two. "You mustn't come in now," she expostulated, then cried sharply, "Why, you're badly hurt! You're all bloody!" As Hayman agreed in a burst of profanity, she exclaimed fretfully, "Oh, this is dreadful! Go to your room, for heaven's sake! I'll see what I can do with Mrs. Wharton." Bert continued to growl until his brother-in-law led him away down the hall. Then Mrs. Fennel turned acidly upon her outraged guest. "Well, you've caused enough trouble, it seems to me, without involving the rest of us in it. A woman of your experience should be more careful. I'm sure Bertie never would have taken such a liberty if he hadn't thought you were accustomed to such things." Lorelei broke out sharply, "You're as badly mistaken as your brother was. But I should have been more careful. I suppose a woman of my experience shouldn't have come here at all. Now, I don't want to cause any trouble, nor scandal, so, if you'll permit me to thank you for your hospitality, I'll leave at once." "Leave? At this hour?" "In 10 minutes, if you'll rouse a chauffeur and let him drive me to the station." "Nonsense! You can't get Bob." "Bob needn't know anything about it. I'm sure that will be pleasanter all around. I'll go alone." Lorelei's forced smile bared her even, white teeth. "Of course, if it's too much trouble, I can walk." "No trouble at all." Mrs. Fennel showed some relief. "I think you're acting very rudely, but I dare say it would save a lot of unpleasantness. Bertie's furious. He and Bob might fight. I'm dreadfully sorry. Still, I can't permit you." "In 10 minutes, then. If there's no train, I might ask your chauffeur to drive me into the city." "Why, to be sure, what shall I tell Bob when he asks for you?" "Use your own judgment, please. You can handle drunken men better than I. And don't trouble to send a maid to my room. I'll be downstairs when the car comes." The hostess continued to demur feebly, but Lorelei cut short any further discussion, and, once behind her own locked door, she dressed with feverish haste. Her only desire now was to escape from Fennel Court and all its guests as quickly as possible. Her thoughts concerning Bob at the moment were too much involved in anger at the Fennels and at Hayman to be quite coherent. She was pacing the gloom of the porte cochere when an automobile swung out from among the trees and swept the shadows flying with its brushes of flame. As she directed the driver, from an open window behind her came a drunken shout. A burst of men's laughter followed the car as it rolled away. So that was the charmed circle to which she had aspired, those the people she had envied. Behind her was that life to which she had sold herself, and this was the end of her dream of fine ladies and gallant gentlemen. Lorelei scarcely knew whether to laugh or to cry. As she stared out at the night shapes capering past, she felt acute personal shame that she had been tricked into even a brief association with so vile a crew. That uproar of men's voices rang in her ears like a jeering farewell, and she realized that, in all probability, her flight would appear ridiculous to Bob's friends. Women like the kalsomined widow, the masculine matron, the jaded Wyeth girl, would echo that laughter and score her with their gossip on the morrow. The thought turned her mind bitterly toward Bob. He had defiled her by bringing her into contact with those libertines. He had left her defenseless against their insults, and unprotected from the assaults of men he knew to be capable of anything. He had told her to forget she was married and have a good time. He had refused her appeal for protection. She asked herself dazedly what sort of a creature he could be. Of a sudden the old life of the theatre and the cafe seemed clean as opposed to the fetid existence behind her. Even Jim, adventurer, crook, blackmailer that he was, appeared wholesome compared with men like Heyman and his brother-in-law. Although Lorelei, under ordinary circumstances, was even-tempered, her anger, once aroused, was tenacious. As she brooded over her humiliation, her indignation at Bob began to take definite shape and purpose. She reached the little apartment in the hushed hours before the dawn, and straightway began her packing. Since Bob was doubtless in a drunken stupor which would last for hours, she did not hurry. Only once did she halt in her labors, and then only from surprise. In a bureau drawer she uncovered a bundle of letters and documents addressed to her husband, which in some way aroused her curiosity. Swallowing her qualms, she examined the contents. They proved to be, in the main, letters from Bob's mother and father urging him to break off his marriage. Those from Mr. Wharton were characteristically intolerant and dictatorial. Those from Bob's mother were plaintive and infinitely sad. Both parents, she perceived, had exhausted every effort to win their son from his infatuation. Both believed Lorelei to be an infamous woman bent upon his destruction, and, judging from the typewritten reports enclosed with some of the father's letters, there was ample reason for such a belief. These reports covered Lorelei's every movement. They bared every bit of ancient scandal connected with her. They recounted salacious stage gossip as fact, and falsely construed those actions which were capable of more than one interpretation. It gave the girl a peculiar sensation of unreality, to see her life laid out before her eyes in so distorted a shape, and when she read the business-like biographies of herself and the members of her family, she could only marvel at Bob's faith, for evidently he had not answered a single letter. Nevertheless, after preparing an early breakfast, she sent her trunks downstairs and phoned for a taxicab. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of the Auction Block. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aaron K. The Auction Block by Rex Beach. Chapter 24. On Tuesday afternoon, a badly shaken, exceedingly frightened young man called at Campbell Pope's boarding house. "Good Lord, Bob! Been on another bat," cried Pope at the sight of his caller. Wharton took a fleeting glance at himself in a mirror and nodded, noting for the first time the sacks beneath his eyes, the haggard lines from nostrils to lip corners. "I'm all in. Lorelei's quit me," he said dully. "Quit you?" Pope frowned. "Tell me about it." "Well, I climbed the vine again and fell off. She packed up, disappeared, been gone since Saturday night, and I can't find her. Nobody seems to know where she is. I came up for air Sunday, but I'm hard hit, Pope. I'm ready to quit the game if I can't find her. Me for a seafoam pillow, sure. Oh, I'm not kidding. I'll start walking from here toward Jersey. God, I keep thinking that maybe she took the river. You see, I'm all gone." He sank into his chair, twitching and trembling in a nervous collapse. "Better have a drink," Pope suggested. But Bob returned roughly. "That's what broke up the sketch. I got stewed at Fennel Court. I had weekend party, fast crowd, and the usual trimmings. Never again. That is, if I find my wife. Fennel Court. Suppose you tell me all about it. If there's a chance that it's suicide." Pope's repertorial instinct brought the last word into juxtaposition with Fennel Court, and he saw black headlines. "Judge for yourself. Maybe you can help me. Nobody else can." Bob recounted the story of the house party, how he and Lorelei had met Bert Heyman, how, once in the company of his old friends, he had succumbed to his weakness, and how he had caroused most of Saturday night. He told Pope that he could remember little of Sunday's occurrences, having been plunged into an alcoholic stupor so benumbing that not until late that evening had he fully grasped the fact that Lorelei had gone. Even then he was too befuddled to act. Neither Mrs. Fennel nor her husband could give him any help, and Bert Heyman, who had been with Lorelei all Saturday evening, had no explanation to give her of her departure. Bob remembered in passing that Bert had been confined to his room all day Sunday as the result of a fall or an accident of some sort. Monday morning, while still suffering from the effects of his spree, Bob had returned to the city to find his home deserted, and for 24 sleepless hours now he had been hunting for his wife. He had called up Lorelei's family, but they could give him no clue, nor could he find trace of her in any other quarter. So as a last resort before calling in the police, he had come to Pope. When he had finished his somewhat muddled tale, he stared at the critic with a look of dumb appeal. Campbell began in a matter-of-fact, positive tone. "She's altogether too healthy to think of suicide. Rest easy on that score. You're weak enough emotionally to do such a thing, but not she. Besides, what should she? I can't imagine that any act of yours could very deeply offend anybody, even your wife. However," he studied briefly, "have you been to see Miss Demarest?" "Sure. Attery hasn't seen her." "Possibly." Pope eyed his caller speculatively. "So you decided to jimmy her into society, eh? Who was at the party?" "Oh, Lord," he exclaimed, as Bob muttered over the list of names. "How did she compare with those sacred cows?" "Oh, great. The men went crazy over her. I knew they would." "But how did the women treat her?" "Why, all right. I didn't notice anything." "What?" "No, of course you didn't. You were probably too drunk to notice much." Bob flushed. "You introduced her to the fastest people in New York, then left her entirely to her own resources while you went away and made an ass of yourself. Well, something must have happened to alarm her, and since you were too maudlin to be of any assistance, she evidently took the bit in her teeth. I can't blame her. For heaven's sake, why did you set her in with that crowd? If you wanted to take her slumming, why didn't you hire a guide and go into the red light district?" Bob defended himself listlessly. "That's the only crowd I know. It's the only set that's open to a Pittsburgh furnaceman's son. Those people aren't so bad. I guess they're no worse than the rest. If a person goes looking for nastiness, he can find it nearly anywhere. I never did, and I never saw anything very scandalous around that bunch." "One's observations are never very keen when they're made through the bottom of a glass," observed Pope. Bob exploded irritably. "All right, Lieutenant, play Jerusalem on the cornet while I pass the tambourine. Damn the post-mortems. I want my wife, not a Ballington Booth on the terrors of intemperance. I've got to have her, too. I can't last this way. She's the only person who can straighten me up. I was doing fine. Had a job. I'll go straight to hell again if I don't find her." There was no doubt of the man's sincerity. His mental and his physical condition were obvious. Pope did his best to repair the wreckage in some degree, and having quieted the sufferer, he set out for Miss Demarest's home. Attery, clad in a slightly soiled negligee, answered his ring, then, recognizing him, blocked the door hastily, exposing a face overcast with defiance and contempt. "Aha!" she exclaimed. "Aha!" And Pope's sensitive ego recoiled before the fierce challenge of her tone. Physically, the caller stood his ground, but inwardly he retreated in disorder. Attery never failed to affect him uncomfortably, for he was conscious of having wronged her, and he could in no way reconcile her public reputation with his personal impressions of her. His inability to keep her notorious character constantly in mind made him angry with himself, and further she offended him by assuming bewilderingly different aspects every time they met. Invariably she greeted him with contumely. Invariably he rose to the challenge and overcame her attack. Invariably she fought him on every subject, and yet all the time he vaguely suspected that they were really in complete accord and growing to like each other. "I've come to see Lorelei," he explained affably. "Oh, you're looking for scandal, eh?" breathed Miss Demarest. "Well, you won't get it, body snatcher." Pope bowed gravely. "You overwhelm me with your courtesy," he said. "I do not represent the press today. I'm here as a friend. Bob's nearly dead." "Serves him right. I suppose you've left another reporter to take down his dying words for the evening paper." "Don't be silly. I want to see." "She's not here." "Then I'd like to talk with you." The door opened slightly and Pope smiled, whereupon the opening narrowed. "No, you can't come in. I've just cleaned house." In desperation, the man exclaimed, "I won't sit down, but I must talk to you. Really, I must about ducks, if nothing else." "Ducks?" Adore's expression altered. "Let's be sensible. I want you to like me." Pope tried to appear amiable, but the effort resulted in a painful smirk. Huh. We like the same things. Let's be friends. You needn't tell me anything about Lorelei, but I do want your advice about Bob. I suppose there's no reason why you shouldn't come in. You'll probably wriggle in somehow, even if you have to steal a key. If you don't know the truth, you'll probably make up something about Lorelei, as you did about me, buzzard. Pope began to perspire, as he always did when deeply embarrassed. But the door swung wide, and he entered with a strained, unnatural smile upon his face. You see, I'm not concealing her anywhere, Mr. Morris challenged. Of course not. We never suspected you, but we're afraid something has happened to her. Something has? What? Adori tossed her head. You paid to find out. See here, I'm not always a newspaper man. Try and forget that side of me for once. Bob will drink himself to death or do something equally foolish, if Lorelei doesn't come back. He's repentable. He's in a terrible condition. I really believe she can straighten him out if she'll have patience, and you know he's too good a man to lose. He thinks she's left him because he got drunk, but I'm sure there must have been some other reason. I should say there was. You want scandal? I'll give you some. Adori's eyes were flashing now. If he's going to drown himself, he ought to realize what he did and think it over when he comes up for the third time. Have you any idea what that girl went through out there on Long Island? Listen. She plumped herself down beside Pope and began to talk swiftly, with an intensity of indignation that made her forgetful of her dishabille. She was animated. She had an expressive, impulsive manner of using her hands when interested, and now she gesticulated violently. She also squirmed, bounced, hitched, flounced. She seized Pope's arm. She emphasized her points from time to time by a shake or by a dig of her white fingers. When she had finished her story, her shocked blue eyes interrogated his, and the critic roused himself with an effort. He found that he was tightly holding the fingers of her right hand, but dropped them and cleared his throat. You say she's staying here with you. I didn't say so, but she is. Doesn't she care for Bob anymore? Yes. At first she was furious, but we've talked a good deal, and I think she does care, away down underneath. She may not know it herself, but she does, especially now that— What? Asked Pope, as Adori hesitated and flushed. Nothing, but she won't go back. She declares she won't spoil her whole life for a drunken wretch like him. And she's quite right, of course. She's quite wrong, of course. Bob's done pretty well for a man of his type, and he's had a hard lesson. After all, it's a woman's part to sacrifice. She's not happy unless she gives more than she gets. You and I must bring them together. How? Pope had been thinking while he talked, and now he sketched his plan eagerly. You are perfectly detestable and horrid, she told him when he had finished. But I suppose there must be some good in you. Don't think you argued me into this, however, for you didn't. There's an altogether different reason why I want those two to make up. She laid her hand upon his arm again, and when Pope caught her meaning, his sallow cheeks were glowing and his eyes as bright as hers. Gee, you're all right, said he. I'll call for you after the show. Adori's smile was uncertain as she demurred. Perhaps you'd better meet me here. What will people say? But Pope was insistent. We're accustomed to resent the efforts of our friends to arrange our affairs for us, and we pray for deliverance from their mistakes. Yet without their assistance we would often make miserable failures of our lives. So it was in the case of Bob and Lorelei. Burning with shame and resentment, she had been strong in her determination to end their marriage, and this frame of mind had continued for some time. But as her anger cooled, she dimly understood that a change had come over her, and that she no longer looked upon the world with the eyes of a girl. Simultaneously there came another discovery which completely upset all her calculations, and to which she had not fully adjusted herself even up to the time of the critic's visit to Adori. One great mystery she had solved. Another, the deepest mystery of a woman's life, had begun to unfold, and as yet she could scarcely give it credence. She was surprised when Adori brought Campbell Pope home with her that night, and she was somewhat diverted by the complete change in her mutual attitude. Now that the first clash was over, now that they had expressed their dislike and disapproval for each other, they no longer quarreled. Pope was frankly admiring, and Adori could not conceal her awe at Campbell's literary and musical ability. She explained to Lorelei, I asked him in for the sake of the piano. I knew you were blue, and there's nothing so cheering as music. But when Pope finally got around to play, the result was not altogether happy. Adori, to be sure, seemed delighted, but Lorelei felt herself gripped by a greater loneliness than usual. Pope's music was far from lively, and he had cunningly chosen the hour when it exerts its greatest emotional appeal. He was an artist enough, moreover, to work his effects with certainty. Lorelei sought relief at length in the seclusion of Adori's rear room, and there in the midst of a crying spell Bob found her. Her first quick resentment at the deception practiced upon her melted at sight of him, for he had suffered, and he was evidently suffering now. He was not the Bob she had known, but chastened, repentant, speechless with a tremulous delight at seeing her again. In the next room Campbell played on, smoothing the way for a reconciliation. Lorelei found herself in her husband's arms, listening dazedly to his passionate protestations and his earnest self-denunciation. Bob had received the fright of his life. His lesson had been seared into him, and he lost no time in telling his wife about it. At last Lorelei laid her fingers upon his lips, her eyes misty and luminous with the light of a new and wondrous certainty. "Wait, let me speak," she said. "I've done a lifetime of thinking in these few days. I'm not sorry that I left you, for it has enabled me to see clearly. But I'll never leave you again, Bob, no matter what you do. I can't." He crushed her to him, then held her away at a hint of something unsaid. "You mean you've begun to love me?" he inquired gladly. "Perhaps. I don't know. Something has changed tremendously." Under his bewildered gaze, the blood rose warming her cheeks. Her eyes swam, but not with tears. Her bosom was tremulous with the knowledge that clamored for freedom and yet refused to come. "Don't you understand, stupid?" she said, seeing him still mystified. She hid her face, then whispered in his ear, whereupon he fell to trembling, and the fervor of his embrace relaxed. He held her gently, tenderly, as if he suddenly found her to be a fragile thing. My dear," and then he too hid his face as if blinded by a pitiless light. When he raised it, tears glistened on his lashes, and a happiness that was like pain pierced him. "Oh, if I had only known," he choked. "Kid, what a fool I've been, never to think that this might come. I can't believe it." "It's true," she smiled, and her cheeks were still dyed with that virginal flush. "Perhaps that's why I've changed towards you. Something has happened, Bob, and you mustn't leave me now. I couldn't bear to do without you." "You may forgive me," he cried, "but I'll never forgive myself. To think that I should learn of this right now, after what I did. Well, I'm through making new promises. I'm going to keep some of the old ones. I think it's about time we both came to earth. No need for you. You're the sensible one. If I can't straighten up on my own account and on yours, surely I can find and will for this." An hour later, Adori tiptoed back to the piano after a surreptitious peek into the back room, whence nothing but the faintest murmurs issued. Her face was radiant. "You've played some high-priced divorce lawyer out of a good case, Mr. Cricket," she beamed at Campbell. "She's in his lap." Pope's rippling fingers paused. His hands dropped, and he sighed. "I could have set them quarreling just as well, but the role of Cupid suits me tonight." His shoulders drooped wearily. The feverish brightness of his eyes and the pallor of his thin face indicated that he had indeed spent all his nervous force. "Cupid in a sweater!" Adori exclaimed. "Well, I believe it, for your playing made me positively mushy. I've been hugging a sofa cushion and dreaming of heroes for ever so long. Why, at this moment, I'd marry the janitor." With the eager shyness of a boy, he inquired, "Do you really like to hear me play? Can I come and play for you again?" "Not without a chaperone," she told him positively. "Wool tickles my cheek." Pope rose hastily and in some embarrassment. He could write about love with a cynic's pen, but he could not bear to talk about it even in a joking way. He eyed the speaker with the frightened fascination of a charmed rabbit, until she laughed in mischievous enjoyment of his perturbation. "Oh, never fear. It will take more than music to make me forget what you are. Say," she yawned, doubled up her little fist and stretched. "Won't you play something to make those lovers go home, so I can go to bed?" He shook his head. "Not until we go to the nearest cafe and have a bite to eat." "There are no cafes open at this hour." In spite of her protestations that she was not hungry, he bore her away with him, bar-headed as she was, and in the next block they found an unsuspected little place called the Chauffeur's Lunch, where a man was busy making sandwiches of the whitest bread and the most delicious-smelling hamburger for a hungry cabbie with a battered hat. And there they each ate a bowl of crackers and milk with a baked apple, using the arms of their chairs for tables. Pope's bill was 40 cents, and strangely enough, not even when he paid it did he remember that this was the woman for whose company at supper other men paid $500. End of Chapter 24. Read by Aaron K. May 2025.
Chapter 25 of The Auction Block. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim K. The Auction Block by Rex Beach. Section 25. Chapter 25. Bob's work as a salesman continued to be so effective that Kurtz finally offered him a salaried position. But instead of accepting, Bob made a counter-proposition that caused the little man to gasp. Briefly, it was to extend the scope of the present business by laying in a stock of extravagant, high-priced shirt and necktie materials, with Bob as partner in the new venture. Kurtz protested that he was not a haberdasher, but he was constrained to admit that Bob had the right idea of smart business, and after some discussion, accepted his employee's nonchalant offer to go halves on the new venture and share in its profits. The fact that Bob had no money with which to carry through his part of the deal troubled the youth not in the least. Kurtz's credit was ample. Bob's theory of securing the Fifth Avenue trade was to double existing prices, and if this did not bring the business, to double them a second time. And this theory was correct, as he demonstrated when the new department was organized. But despite the excellent income he now began to make, there was never anything left in the Wharton bank account, for Bob moved his wife to a more pretentious apartment on Riverside Drive, and managed to increase their expenses so as to balance his earnings very nicely. It was quite a feat to adjust a fixed outlay to a varying income so that nothing whatsoever should remain, and he considered it a strong proof of his capacities that he succeeded. By Christmas, the haberdashery venture had shown such a profit that he began to pile up a small bank account in spite of himself. So he bought an automobile, which served to eat up any monthly profits and guarantee a deficit under the most favorable circumstances. Being thus relieved of financial uncertainty, he laid plans to wrest from Kurtz a full partnership in the tailoring business itself. The Whartons' new home was charming, and Bob provided his wife with every luxury. Lorelei did not regret that she was prevented from going out as much as formerly. Her experience at Fennel Court had cured her of any desire to get into her husband's social set, and unconsciously she and Bob began to develop a real home life. As time went on and evidences of prosperity showed themselves, Lorelei's family forgot some of their dislike of Bob and became more companionable. Strangely enough, too, their cost of living increased in proportion to their friendliness, but Bob never questioned any amount they asked him for, and he swelled their allowance with characteristic prodigality. Lorelei was proud of him, as she had reason to be, but she had occasion for sorrow as well. His generosity was really big. His pagan joyousness banished shadows, but he was intensely human in his failings, and in spite of his determination to stop drinking, in spite of all his earnest promises, the old appetite periodically betrayed him. For a month, for 2 months at a time, he would manfully fight his desires. Then, without excuse, without cause, just when he was boasting loudest of his victory, he would fall. And yet, drinking did not brutalize him as it does most men. He never became disgusting. Liquor intoxicated him, but less in body than in spirit. His repentance followed promptly. His chagrin was intense, and his fear of Lorelei almost ludicrous. But the girl had acquired a wider charity, a gentler patience. She grieved, she tried to help him, and his frailty endeared him to her. Love had been slow to awaken. In fact, she had not been definitely aware of its birth. But suddenly she had found it flowering in her soul, and now it flourished the more as that other interest intensified and began to dominate her. Bob responded to all her efforts, save one. She could not make him serious. On the whole, however, they were more happy than they had ever been. One day, during the slack holiday season, Hannibal Wharton appeared at the Kurtz establishment. He appraised the elaborate surroundings with a hostile eye and stared at his son impassively. "So, you're a seamstress now," he began, and Bob grinned. "Merkel told me you repaid his loan and had an automobile." "That's true." "Second-hand car?" "No." "Well, how much do you owe?" "Nothing, except for stock." "Stock? What do you mean?" "Kurtz and I are partners in one end of his business." "I'll be damned," breathed Mr. Wharton. Then he inquired curiously, "Do you like this work?" "It's not what I prefer. Still, there is a margin of profit." "Huh, I should think so at $90 a suit." "Well, this town is full of fools." Bob agreed. "But we dress 'em better than they do in Pittsburgh." After a moment's consideration, Hannibal said slowly, "Mother's at the Waldorf. She wants to see you. You've just about broken her heart, Bob." "We're not going out much, but perhaps we could call on her." "We? I said she wants to see you." "And not my wife?" "Certainly not. Neither do I. You don't seem to understand." Bob answered smoothly, "Certainly, I understand. You think $90 is too much for a suit. Perhaps I can show you something in scarves of an exclusive design?" "Don't be funny," growled his father. "Really, Dad, you better go. That suit of yours is a sight. Someone may think we made it for you." Mr. Wharton remained silent for a moment. "The situation is impossible. Anybody but you would see it. We can't accept that woman, and we won't. She's notorious. No more so than I, or you for that matter. She's a grafter. She'd quit you if I paid her enough." "How do you know?" "Her mother has been to see me half a dozen times. I've offered to pay her anything within reason, but they're holding out for something big. You come back, Bob. Let her go back to her own people." "And what's to become of the other one?" Bob was smiling faintly. "The other one? What do you mean?" "I mean, there will be 3 in the family soon, Dad. You're going to be a grandfather." The effect of this announcement was unexpected. Hannibal Wharton was momentarily struck dumb. For once, he was utterly at a loss. Then, instead of raising his voice, he spoke with a sharp, stuttering incisiveness. "So that's her game, eh? I suppose she thinks she'll breed her way into the family. Well, she won't. It won't work. I was willing to compromise before, so long as there was no tangible bond between that family and mine, but they've got their blood mixed with mine. They've got a finger hold in spite of hell, and I suppose they'll hold on. But I won't acknowledge a grandchild with scum like that in its veins. Good God! Now listen, you—" Wharton's jaw was outthrust, his gaze hard and unwavering. "No child tainted with that blood will share in 1 penny of my money, now or at any other time. Understand?" "Perfectly." Bob's color had receded, but in no other way did he show his struggle for self-mastery. "My wife isn't having a baby to spite you, and if it ever needs a grandfather, we'll adopt one. They've pulled you down into the mud. Now they've tied you there. Heredity's stronger than you or I. Watch your child grow up and watch its mother's blood tell. Then remember that I tried to free you before it was too late. Well, I'm through. This settles me. Goodbye, and God help you with that rotten gang." Hannibal Wharton turned and strode out of the room, shaking his head and mumbling. Jimmy Knight had fallen upon evil times. A combination of circumstances had seriously affected his mode of making a living and that of his friends. To outward appearances, the frequenters of Tony the Barber's place were as thrifty as usual, but in the pinochle room at the rear there was gloom. Reason for these hard times lay in an upheaval of public sentiment that had galvanized the police department into one of its periodic spasms of activity, and the cause ran back to a sordid quarrel between 2 factions of the Tenderloin. At about the time when Jimmy came to New York, the contention had become too bitter for the underworld to hold, and echoes of it had begun to leak out. Later, it culminated in the murder of the leader of one clique. Murders, it is true, are not uncommon in New York, but this one was staged in the glare of Broadway, and with a bold defiance of the law that aroused popular indignation. There followed a chain of fortuitous happenings that issued in the capture of the murderers. In a widespread exposure of social conditions and in a great outburst of public indignation against a police system that allowed such abuses to exist. Of course, there came a loud protest from the guardians of the law, a frantic waving of spotless banners, and a prating of virtue. But the popular will has a way of obtaining its desires, regardless of red tape, trickery, or politics. And in this case, it demanded a reorganization of the department, and got it. Discipline suddenly strengthened, and as a result, gambling almost ceased. Wiretapping languished, organized blackmail was conducted undercover. Only crime in its crudest forms continued as usual, and it followed, therefore, that Jimmy Knight was not prosperous. Had it not been for his share in Bob's generosity, he would have been forced to the distressing necessity of asking for employment, a thing to curdle his blood. It was characteristic of young Knight that he did not scruple to accept charity from the man he hated, although he cherished the memory of that public beating at Bob's hands, and the humiliation of it gnawed him like a cancer. More than once lately, Jim had been tempted to turn his knowledge of the Hammond suicide into cash, but he could think of no safe and certain means of doing so, until one day Max Melcher dropped a bit of intelligence that promised to open a way. "Who do you suppose I just heard from?" Max inquired one raw afternoon in March, when he had found Jim in their usual haunt. "Lynne." Jim made no attempt to conceal his surprise and interest. "Where is she?" "She wrote from Liverpool, asking for money. Can you beat that?" "Money? Why, she had a satchel full. What's become of it?" Melcher shrugged. "She's taken the jumps. English Derby, Paris race meet, Monte Carlo." "Huh, she fished all the sucker holes along the route, eh? Of course, you cable her a few C's." Jim snickered. "Do I look as if I had? She's sick, got a cough, and says it's the con. She wants to come home." Jim started. "Say, that's no hospital bark of hers. It's nothing but the coke." After a moment, he asked casually, "Where's she stopping?" "Liverpool." "What's her address? I'll drop her a line to cheer her up." "She wrote from the hotel." Melcher checked himself and shot a questioning look at his friend. "Why the sudden charity?" Jim's gaze was bland, his tone one of wounded innocence. "Can a guy offer to cheer—" "You're not in the business of cheering sick dames," Melcher said sharply. Then, after a pause, "You never came through with me, Jim. There was something phony about Lilas's getaway. She left too suddenly after the Hammond suicide, and she's been undercover now for 8 months. I never got it quite right. What are you holding out?" Jim sparred adroitly, but without effect. "Oh, you've got an ace buried somewhere," Melcher said. "You're a shifty guy. Of course, this is a friendly game we're playing, but just the same, I never bettered a poker hand by leaving the room. I don't even turn my head to spit when I'm sitting in with a fellow like you. Lilas has got something on her mind, and I believe I'll cable her the price of a ticket." That was enough for Jim. He began to weaken, and at last made a clean breast of all the circumstances surrounding Jarvis Hammond's death, rather than risk the result of a meeting between Max and Lilas. When he had finished his story, Melcher was leaning forward, his pink, smooth-shaven, agreeable face gravely intent. "So that's the way of it. Wharton and Merkel, and a four-wheeler. By God, that was nervy, on Merkel's part especially. He took a chance, and Lilas shot the old man, eh?" "Nobody saw her do it," Jim explained. "Lorelei was in the dining room at the time it happened, and Hammond swore he did it himself. He stood on that to the last." "I didn't know they grew men the size of that fellow," Max mused. "After all, it's the suckers that die game. And you were going to put this over single-handed, eh? You and Lilas, perhaps? My boy, you must learn to shoot before you go hunting. Why, there's 100,000 quick money in this." "If Wharton had done the shooting, or Merkel, yes." "What's the difference? Who did it? Why, it's a cinch. Get this. Lilas comes home broke. She's sick and sees the undertaker flirting with her, so she decides to spill the whole story and take the consequences. Understand? It's conscience." Mr. Melcher laughed lightly at his little joke. A sick woman's conscience is an expensive thing. It takes money to square it. Merkel won't stand, and Wharton can't, on account of his wife, your sister. He'll tap his old man, and Hannibal will loosen for the family honor. After they're dry, we've got the Hammond widow to work on. It'll take money to do this. Protection, too. Well, I've got both. I suppose we'll split 3 ways. Max pursed his lips thoughtfully. No, you and Lilas are broke. I've got the money and the police. I'll take half. Jim's acquiescence to these terms came hard, and he cursed himself as a fool for putting himself at the mercy of this man. He was still raging inwardly when Melcher left to send the cablegram, but there was ample leisure for reflection during the week that followed, and being possessed of some ingenuity, Jim had formulated a scheme before Lilas Lynne's arrival. In due time she came, and Melcher saw her established at a modest hotel before making known in detail his intentions. Lilas was little more than a wreck of what she had been. It seemed impossible that 8 short months could have worked so great a change in one of her youth and strength. Ill she undoubtedly was. She was thin, her nerves had yielded to the ravages of the drug, and a queer, unhealthy pallor had blanched her skin. Her eyes were big and feverish and restless. Only at such times as she was without cocaine did her mind suffer. When she had it, she was unnaturally alert. Having lately felt the harsh grip of poverty, she was obsessed now by the need of money, and offered no objections to Max's schemes. Rather, she welcomed them fiercely. She and Max and Jim mapped out a course of action together. But a day or 2 later, when Jim thought the moment propitious, he secured her ear alone and gave voice to his resentment against Max. As soon as Lilas understood his drift, she met him more than halfway. She was vulture-like in her greed, and with a full understanding between them, the two conspired to use Max only so long and so far as suited their purposes. In spite of Bob Wharton's peculiarly mutable temperament, he was not remiss in his duties towards Lorelei during the period that led up to the birth of their child. Utterly careless and improvident in his own affairs, he was naturally considerate of others and possessed a surprising depth of sympathy. Hence, he met the responsibilities of his present situation with considerable credit. One evening he was concerned to find his wife greatly agitated, and upon learning the cause, his consternation matched hers. Lorelei's eyes were big and frightened as she explained. "Lilas is back. She was here today." "Lilas? Good Lord, what did she want?" "Nothing. She just came to see me. She's changed dreadfully, and talked about nothing except that awful night. You remember. I'm nearly in hysterics." "Now that won't do. You pass your worries on to me. Lilas can't make trouble for us without making more for herself." But Lorelei seemed oppressed with a premonition of trouble. "I'm frightened, Bob," she confessed. "She acted so strangely. Suppose I should have to go to jail now or to court." Bob took his wife in his arms and did his best to cure her of these sick fancies. But it was no easy task to quiet her, for a million apprehensions had sprung into life with the reopening of that old horror. At last he reminded her gently, "Remember, dear, your thoughts are like branding irons just now. They leave their marks. We want our child to be brave and confident and steadfast, not a coward or something worse. This is how cowards are made. How can a child inherit weakness when its mother is without fear?" Profiting by this experience, Bob undertook to guard against another visit from Lilas. He was really worried, although he pretended to dismiss the matter as inconsequential, and his fears flared into full blaze again a few days later, when Jimmy Knight called upon him and announced cautiously, "Say, you know Lilas is back. Well, she's gone off her nut. She's going to give herself up." "Give herself up? How?" "She's going to tell the truth about the Hammond affair. She thinks she's dying. Where do we go from here if she does that?" Bob could not conceal his alarm, which increased when his brother-in-law begged him to do something quickly to save them all from disaster. I wouldn't come to you," Jim confessed candidly, "if I knew what to do, for you don't like me, and I'm not crazy about you, but we've got to stand together on account of Lorelei. Not that I'd enjoy a call on the district attorney at any time." Agreeing that there was no time to waste, the two men hastened to Lilas's hotel, only to receive a greeting that was far from auspicious. When they had adroitly brought the conversation around to the point at issue, Lilas explained, "Yes, the doctors have ticketed me. They've shown me the gate." She coughed hollowly and laid her hand on her chest. "Oh, it's the white bug. That closes the show for me." She appeared very ill, and it did not occur to Bob to doubt her. Jim began briskly. "Why, that's nothing, Lilas. Arizona is the place for you." "Arizona's a long jump from Broadway." "I'll help if you need help," Bob hastened to offer. Lilas flashed him a grateful glance from eyes that were doubly large and dark against her pallor. "You're a prince with your money, but it's too late." "Nonsense. Oh, they'd get me sooner or later. I might as well face the music." "Do you mean slow music? Do you mean the bugs will get you?" Jim inquired. "No, I mean I'd have to take it on the dodge if I went, and what's the use of that? I've talked too much." With a sudden flash of feeling, she cried, "I've been through hell for 8 months, and I'm tired out. I came home broke, sick, thinking of that night when, I seem to see his face everywhere. It bothers me at night. I used to dream of my father in a stream of molten steel. Well, the dreams are getting worse, only now I see Jarvis's face in place of my father's, and I tell you, I can't stand it. I can't stand these dreams and that face of his looking at me all the time. So I'm going to give myself up, have it over with, and do my penalty. Maybe I can sleep then, if my lungs hold out all right. If they don't, well, I'll sleep anyhow. You see, I can't make a living, for I can't go back on the stage. Why, I can't leave this hotel and take my trunks." Jimmy Knight broke out nervously. "That penalty talk is all right for you, Lilas, but think about the rest of us." "Yes, Lorelei, for instance," Bob added. "She isn't strong. You mustn't think of doing this thing." "I know," Miss Lynne nodded. "I'm sorry, but I'll furnish all the money you want." She looked her gratitude again. "You must buck up and try to get well." For some time, the two men jointly attempted to argue Lilas out of her black despondency, and when they left, it was with a hard-won promise that she would do nothing definite at once. Outside the room, Jim heaved a sigh of relief. "Whew! I could feel the knot under my ear, but glory to God it slipped. Just the same, I'm going to buy some oakum and make a false beard in case she flops." In this way, the trap was set, and baited so skillfully that the victim was without suspicion. That evening, Lilas, Jim, and Max Melcher dined together in very good spirits, and, strangely enough, the girls showed an excellent appetite for one so troubled in soul. Wharton was as good as his word. Not only did he put Lilas in funds, but he exerted his every power of persuasion to rouse her from her despondency and reawaken a healthy desire for life. It transpired that she had assumed some outrageous obligations and, moreover, had hired a number of expensive lung specialists for whom she asked him to settle. Nevertheless, he met her demands and was encouraged when she began to purchase a new wardrobe. Although he considered himself a spendthrift, her reckless disregard of money gave him a jolt. But he was working to gain time, and his relief on Lorelei's account deadened all other feelings. Before long, he had advanced several $1,000s to the girl, and still her desire for martyrdom had not entirely vanished. Realizing that the mere presence of one so temperamentally hysterical as she was a constant menace, he insisted upon her going south, and in order to provide handsomely for her comfort, he borrowed from his friends. He was aghast when he finally reckoned up the amount he had spent upon her. There followed a short interval of relief, during which Lilas pretended to be making ready. Then, upon the very eve of her departure, she sent for him in much haste and awoke him rudely from his trance. She began by saying that his kindness and liberality had aroused in her a desire to live and to begin anew, if not for her own, then for his and Lorelei's sakes, but that she was in terrible trouble. Her punishment had sought her out after all. It was a long time before Bob could make head or tail out of what she told him, but eventually he learned that in the hour of her deepest dejection, she had confided her secret to others, and the results of this confidence had now arisen to thwart all their plans. With a dizzying feeling of insecurity, Bob asked, "Who did you tell?" "Melcher. He sent me money to come home, and he seemed to be my only friend." "Friend? I thought you and he were enemies." "Oh, he doesn't love me, and he doesn't hate me," Lilas explained. "He seems sorry for me, and I was grateful for any sympathy, no matter where it came from. You see, I didn't know what I was doing, and I didn't realize my mistake until it was too late." "Melcher of all people," Bob groaned. "Wait, that's not all. You see, I wanted to go clean, and yet I was afraid of the police, so Max advised me to hire a lawyer who'd get me off light. Well, I did." "Goldberg, I suppose," Bob breathed a malediction as Lilas nodded. "Why didn't you hire a hall or book yourself through the Lyceum Bureau?" "Don't be hard on me." Lilas had forsworn the stage, but she did a credible bit of emotional acting. "A frantic woman will do almost anything." "Well, present your bill in full. What's the next misfortune?" "I had no idea men could be so vile. Yesterday I told Max of the change in my plans, that you've made life possible to me and showed me that I couldn't go through without consequences to others. She dropped her hands in a gesture of resignation. "What's the use? You know what kind of man he is." "Go on." Lilas began to weep silently, rocking her body to and fro. "It's just my luck. When I had another chance to. I don't care for my own sake, but I do love Lorelei. And you've certainly been a prince, Bob." "Good Lord! Max can't insist on your giving yourself up. Why, that's absurd." "Oh, he doesn't care what becomes of me. It's... Lilas broke out in a passion. "I never thought I was putting you in his power, and Lorelei too, and Jim, and Mr. Merkel. Of course you won't believe that, but I can't help what you think. I wouldn't blame you for killing me. Why, I'd go to the chair to keep you people clear, but those are the facts. Now you've got it all." "Max sees money in sight, I presume?" "That's all he sees. Money? My God, he's mad. Why, he doesn't talk figures that I understand. It's nothing but blackmail, Bob, and you mustn't stand for it. He's a queer man. He helped me when I was broke. Now he'd hitch me to a bull and ticket me up the river to get that money. Why, he'd strap the coppers on my feet and turn on the juice with his own hand rather than lose this chance." As her flow of speech died down to apologetic murmurs, Bob said gravely, "I never thought Merkel and I could cover a thing like Hammond's death, but after all, they can't do much to us." "It's mighty kind of you to say so. I'll stand whatever comes to me. I was thinking more of Lorelei. She's in no condition." Bob uttered an exclamation. "You're right. We've got to gain time, and after the baby's born, it won't matter so much." "Max is no fool. He won't wait. Besides, Goldberg's been to see Inspector Snell already on my account, and Snell is in the know. He's holding back warrants now for all of us. I couldn't leave town if I wanted to." The numbing force of the calamity coming at this of all times fairly stupefied Bob, rendering him incapable of clear analysis or even of the suspicions his ordinary intelligence would have prompted. "Why doesn't Snell get busy?" he inquired blankly, at which Lilas lost her patience. "Don't you see he's in on the graft? Snell doesn't want to pinch us. He doesn't care how Jarvis dies, any more than Max or Goldberg cares. They want money. Money. Coin. That's how things are run in this town. That's how the police are squared. If you don't come across, they'll try to show that it was murder instead of self-defense. Remember, it was my gun that killed, that did the work, and it was found in Hammond's library." Before Bob's arrival, Lilas had prepared herself for this scene by a liberal dose of cocaine, but the strain of her acting had exhausted her strength. Her brain was tiring. Accordingly, she excused herself and, once in her bathroom, prepared a fresh solution of the powder, leaving Bob the while to meditate upon his plight. When she returned, her eyes were brighter, and she had regained the mastery of her unruly nerves. Bob looked up with a drawn expression that almost moved her to pity. "How much do they want?" he inquired, dully. "Don't be a fool, Bob. You helped me. I won't see you gouged. No matter what you gave, they'd frame you over again. We'd better face it." "I can't face it," he cried. "Alone, I would in a minute. No court in the world would hold Merkel and me for what we did. But I can't let them hurt my wife and my kid. Why, Lorelei would die of fright." He choked and stammered. "They want money. How much?" "Merkel is the man they're after." "How much?" he insisted. "It would take 100,000 to square it." Bob gasped. "This is the worst dream I ever had. I told you I couldn't understand their figures, but Merkel's a millionaire. If you had $10, you'd give one to square copper, wouldn't you? Well, your name's Wharton, and his is Merkel. There's $50 million behind those two names, and Max knows it. If I had the price, I'd pay it to save you people who helped me when I needed help, but what have I got? I told Max he could go to hell, and you'd better tell him the same thing. Now, what do you want me to do?" Bob's lips were white. "Stand pat and wait until I rob a bank. I've got to buy 3 weeks' time, no matter what it costs." When he had gone, Lilas phoned first to Melcher and reported progress. Then she called up Jim. The latter appeared in person that evening, and the two sat until late, talking guardedly. End of section 25. Chapter 26 of the Auction Block. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim K. The Auction Block by Rex Beach. Section 26. Chapter 26. There was but one man to whom Bob dared appeal in this unhappy situation, and that man was John Merkel. The banker listened gravely to Bob's recital, then inquired with apparent irrelevance, "You're mighty fond of Lorelei, aren't you?" "Why, of course." Merkel nodded reflectively. "I was mistaken in you," he admitted. "I didn't think the marriage would last. I suppose you're immensely pleased with yourself. Reformed character, aren't you?" His face expressed a cynical inquiry. "Pleased with myself? Not much. Lorelei reformed me. I didn't have anything to do with it." "Good. I wondered if you took all the credit to yourself. Lorelei did do it, and I don't intend to let you forget the fact. Now, about this Lynne woman. You've been stung, Bob." "You think so? I wonder. Don't be a fool. You think it's a frame-up? What else could it be? Think." Bob exploded in desperation. I can't think with my wife in this condition. However, if you're right, I'm going to see Max Melcher and tell him about Lorelei. Then I'm going to make him wait." "Make him? Make him?" "Yes, I'm going to make him wait." Bob's lips were white. He raised his eyes slowly, and Merkel saw that they were heavy with resentment. "Nonsense," exclaimed the latter. "Where is your common sense? Never use violence. It is antiquated and expensive. Suppose you let me handle this thing in my own way." "Have you any plan?" "I'm never without one. They're not all good plans, understand. Some are very bad, in fact. But, you see, I have been expecting something like this for a long time. I saw blackmail in your brother-in-law's face the night Jarvis Hammond was killed. I don't sleep much, so I have time to think, and, being dyspeptic, I'm always suspicious. Dyspepsia has spared me many disappointments. People are never any worse than I believe them to be." "You don't believe Jim is in this too? Why, he's Lorelei's brother." "What possible difference can that make to a man of his stamp?" the banker demanded querulously. "Don't you know your own brother-in-law? To a conscienceless rogue, it's no more unnatural to conspire against one's relatives than against total strangers. It is the logical thing to do. It is nature's method of protecting the stranger, and it's one of the penalties for having relatives. You are young and sentimental, so I shan't tell you what my plan is. Meanwhile, though, you may tell Lilas that you have acquainted me with the situation and that I am willing to spend a lot of money to avoid publicity." "Do you mean you're willing to pay her?" Merkel smiled sourly. Let her put her own construction on the statement. Beyond this, Merkel would give Bob little satisfaction, but later in the day, after a short telephone conversation, he called at one of the uptown political clubs and inquired for Senator Sabin. The senator was expecting him, and Merkel lost no time in explaining his trouble. Nature had endowed Sabin with the faculty of hearing more than people said and saying less than people heard. He sat now with a graven smile upon his fat, good-humored face, but with eyes that were serious and watchful. Only once did he interrupt his caller's recital, and then at the mention of Inspector Snell. "Snell?" he exclaimed sharply. "Are you sure?" "So the woman says." Sabin nodded. He carefully matched his fingers tip to tip, and then relapsed into silence. Merkel went on with his story, feeling the while as if he were addressing an audience of two men, one a sympathetic, convivial soul, the other a baffling, sinister person behind a mask. But when Sabin finally spoke, it was as neither. His voice was friendly and matter-of-fact. "This is bad business, John." The banker broke out irritably. "Now, don't begin that. I have a pastor who keeps me in spiritual uncertainty, and a doctor who torments me physically, and a business that's hell in both directions. I didn't come here to swap tears. I want help." "It may cost." "Of course it may. I don't expect you to square it with a bunch of double English violets, but it can be squared, and it must be. If only for the sake of Hammond's womenfolks. It won't serve any good purpose to air that old scandal." The senator nodded. "First, we'll have to eliminate the gang, clean them out." He made an expansive, eloquent gesture. "You don't object?" "Kill him, if necessary," Merkel growled vindictively. "Very well, I'll do my best." "Then it's done." Merkel rose with relief, shook the senator's limp and pudgy hand, then departed, knowing that the secret of Jarvis Hammond's death was quite as safe in Sabin's keeping as in his own. That plump, imperturbable politician had long been one of the triumvirate that ruled the city, and Merkel knew him to be the tomb of confessions far more startling than this. He knew also that although Sabin took toll of the public in the way of all-powerful political rulers, he put no price on his favors. That evening, Inspector Snell occupied the same chair in which Merkel had sat, and found himself the target of Sabin's veiled stare. Snell was a bulky, forceful, unimaginative man. He was vastly impressive in his uniform, but the senator's questions appeared to bewilder him. "What do you mean, Melcher?" the inspector finally inquired. "He claims you give him protection." The officer's face purpled. "Oh, he does he? Well, you'd know if I did, wouldn't you? That's how them fellows get along, by selling something they can't deliver." "Ever take any of his money?" "Not a cent." "What do you know about the killing of Jarvis Hammond?" "Hammond, the steel man? Why, he wasn't killed, was he?" Snell was plainly puzzled. Well, he confessed when the truth had been gently eased into his mind. "That's news. I'm much obliged for the tip, Senator." "Wait a minute. That's not the idea at all," Sabin said quickly. "The woman acted in self-defense." "Ha! They all do. I'm thinking about myself. These are big names. This is a big case, and it will do me a lot of good to work it out." "It will break you," the senator murmured quietly. "You're getting ahead just as fast as it is possible, Snell. Cut out this grave robbing stuff and make some real friends. Understand? You need friends of the right sort, and this is your chance." For some time longer, the two men talked guardedly. At last the inspector rose to leave, saying, "I think I have all the details now, and I'll scatter the gang as quick as possible. I can hang something on the woman easily enough, and the boys too, but it's different with Max. He has a drag." "Leave Max to me. Do you need money?" "Not from your friend, Senator," the officer disclaimed hastily. "I'm only too glad to help out in any way I can." To Bob Wharton, the suspense of the next few days was trying in the extreme, particularly as Merkel kept declaring there was nothing to report, while Jimmy Knight betrayed an apprehension so pitiable as well nigh to banish suspicion of his complicity in the plot. But before long there came to pass in various quarters certain events which gave Bob cause for thought. Strangely enough, these events, one and all, had some effect, either direct or indirect, upon the habitués of Tony the barber's place. To begin with, Tony himself was summoned to headquarters and forced to spend a distressing half-hour with a harsh, ill-natured police official, as a result of which the pinochle room at the rear of the barbershop was closed and the door nailed up. With an unnatural show of indignation, Tony warned its frequenters to stay away from his shop. Naturally, he had recourse to Melcher, who promised to square the misunderstanding. But for once, Melcher failed. When his efforts proved fruitless, he was puzzled. So was Tony. The man upon whom Max relied for help was likewise at a loss, and finally hazarded the opinion that Tony must have made an enemy of somebody higher up. This chilling phenomenon was still a subject of discussion when Armistead was arrested for selling cocaine. Now, Armistead's addiction to the drug was well known. In fact, he readily confessed to it. But knowing only too well the risks involved in its sale, he had never even contemplated such a thing. He was outraged and incredulous, but a dope-shattered derelict swore out a complaint against him, and when Armistead's room was searched, strange to relate, the police discovered a considerable amount of cocaine concealed therein. Bail was fixed at an unusually high figure, even for a felony, and Max Melcher wondered vaguely as he arranged to meet it. Misfortunes multiplied rapidly. On the very next day, young Sullivan was caught picking pockets in the Times Square subway station, and once more Max was forced to journey jailward. Sullivan's story gave his chief still more occasion for thought, for the arrest seemed plainly a frame, being absurd upon its face. The pugilist had huge misshapen paws that could scarcely explore his own, much less another's pockets, and his stiffened fingers could not palm a coin in the dark. Yet a stranger had accused him of deftly lifting a watch. It seemed significant that two plainclothes men should have been at Sullivan's elbow at the moment. The prize fighter had acted accordingly to his nature, and a fine row had resulted, in the midst of which there had dropped out of his clothes a gold watch which Sullivan violently protested he had never seen before. His imperious demand upon Max for help was resentfully couched, but Melcher dared not refuse to act as his bondsman. Max was worried when he left the jail, and his perturbation increased when he discovered late that night that Armistead had disappeared, with the evident intention of jumping his bond. Convinced now that something must be badly out of joint, he lost no time in warning Lilas Lynne to go slow with her blackmailing enterprise. Indeed, he ordered her to drop it entirely until he had time to discover where the trouble lay. Upon the girl this command had an unexpected effect, for not only did it prove to her that Max had lost his pole at headquarters, but it also strengthened her determination to betray him in accordance with Jimmy Knight's suggestion. Why, indeed, should she share her gains with anybody? If Max had no right to any part of the loot, what possible claim had Jim to share in it? Once Lilas's cupidity was aroused, it banished even that meager ghost of honor that is supposed to prevail among thieves. And, disregarding Max's caution, she decided to take things entirely into her own hands, riding this wave of success to the finish. Accordingly, she sent for Bob. It did not take her long to see that Wharton had changed since their last interview, and accordingly, she did not put herself to the trouble of acting. In fact, Bob allowed her no opportunity of doing so. "Now don't give me that stall about Melcher," he said in answer to her first inquiries. "I'm on." Miss Lynne's cheeks had lost the power of changing color, but her eyes were as expressive as ever, and now as she stared at her victim they showed a certain inflexibility of purpose. "You must have been talking to Merkel," she said slowly. "Exactly. He's not such a fool as I am." "Well?" There was an insolent rising inflection in Lilas's voice. "What are you going to do about it?" Bob had prepared himself for some denial, for some pretense of ignorance at least, and he was taken aback at this ready acceptance of his challenge. Something malevolent in her air increased his uneasiness. The girl was as hard as flint and seemed capable of any desperate action. "You say you love Lorelei. You pretend to be grateful to me, As if the mere heat of his accusation had ignited her fury, Lilas interrupted him angrily. "Oh, cut out that love and gratitude talk. I want money. Do you understand? Money. You think I won't dare go through with this, and so does Merkel. You, neither of you, can understand why I'll take a chance on the chair just to make you pay. Well, that's because you are men, and because you are healthy and happy and have something to live for. But what have I got? I'm sick. I'm going to pieces. I'll be gone in a few years if I don't get the coin. I've always fought, and I've usually been licked, but I won't be licked this time. Men like you and John Merkel licked me. Why, I was licked before I'd learned to fight back, and you taught me to hate you before I had to put on long dresses." "You know that's not true," Bob cried sharply. "You harmed men before they ever harmed you. You hated Jarvis Hammond, and yet he did more for you than anyone in all your life. Merkel helped you too when you needed help, and so did I. Lorelei was your friend. I don't have any friends. I never had any, and I don't want any now. Nobody ever did anything for me. You and John Merkel are going to pay me for what other men have put me through. Oh, come, I'm not bluffing. You're afraid to stand the gaff, but I'm not. I'm getting old now. My looks are gone. Who's going to pay me if you don't? Who?" Lilas's voice, which had risen steadily, broke now, and she shook a clenched fist in Wharton's face. He saw that she had worked herself up into one of her abrupt, reasonless rages. "I've got you," she keened. "I can drag you and your sick wife and Merkel and those Hammond women out into the light, and I'll do it, too. I can make you all squirm. So let's get down to cases. There's millions of dollars among you, millions that were squeezed out of my kind of people. Now I'm going to try my hand at squeezing. If I lose, very well. But I'll holler, and you'll have to stop my mouth or the world will hear. You don't dare holler." "I'm glad you're in the open at last," Bob told her roughly. "We'll see if Melcher is as desperate as—" "To hell with Melcher," screamed the girl. "He's a fool. He's scared already, but I'm not, and I'm the one to settle with. Remember that." She was aquiver now. Her nerves, tortured from overstimulation, were jumping, but she felt a tremendous sense of power, together with a contemptuous disregard of consequences. "Go to Max if you want to. Sound the alarm. Do anything you please," she mocked, "but get your pennies together, or I'll bawl you out from the housetops." There was no arguing with her, as she was drunk with the sense of her advantage, and Bob could only depart, his ears ringing unpleasantly with her threats. As to just what effect her unrestrained spleen would have, or in what direction it might work the greatest damage, he was uncomfortably in doubt. For himself he had no particular fears, but he dreaded terribly the effect upon his wife. It seemed to him, therefore, that the only way of gaining time was to pay Lilas enough to satisfy her. The more he thought of this, the more imperative seemed the necessity. But when he ventured to submit the proposition to Merkel, the banker curtly refused to entertain it. Sick with anxiety, weak at the thought of the peril to his wife's health, Bob determined to call upon Max Melcher and demand immunity upon pain of violence. Accordingly, he turned his steps in the direction of the Metropolitan Club. But as he neared his destination, he found a crowd gathered in front of the place. 2 patrol wagons were backed up to the curb opposite the gambling house. A line of policemen streamed in and out of the premises. Some of the officers were armed with axes and sledges. Others carried burdens that evoked jeers and taunts from the bystanders. Doubting the evidence of his own eyes, Bob elbowed his way closer. It was true. The Metropolitan Club, the oldest, the safest, the best protected palace of chance in the city, was the object of a daylight raid. Its sacred doors had been battered in, and the fragments of furniture that came out gave evidence that the raiders had used their destructive weapons with unusual violence. Racks of multicolored ivory chips, faro layouts, splintered remains of expensive roulette, crap, and poker tables of mahogany and rosewood were flung carelessly into the waiting wagons and driven away. Bob Wharton's amazement was shared by the onlookers, for nothing like this had ever been known in the Tenderloin. Bob was not a dull young man. In time, a light broke through his troubled mind, and he returned to Broadway, lost in thought. Evidently, Merkel's plan was working. End of section 26.
Chapter 27 of The Auction Block. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aaron K. The Auction Block by Rex Beach. Section 27. Adventures of a moment had also fallen to the lot of Jimmy Knight on this day. Lacking the hospitality of Tony's back room, Jimmy had of late taken up loafing quarters in a 7th Avenue saloon, frequented by a coterie of parasitic young men who subsisted on the crowds which passed daily in and out of the Pennsylvania station. On the very afternoon of the Melcher raid, Jim was sitting at a table with one of these fellows, lending a willing ear to tales of easy money, when he felt a touch upon his shoulder, and looking up, found a plainclothes man standing over him. The stranger wore no visible badge of authority, but Jim knew him instantly for what he was. Now Jim had the heart of a rabbit, and being forever busy in framing someone, his first suspicion was that he himself was being framed. This suspicion proved all too correct. Never in his worst dreams had he experienced anything so distressing as what followed his arrest, for it seemed as if these officers cherished a personal grudge against him. They seemed prejudiced for no reason whatsoever, and they made their aversion patent in several professionally effective ways. Jim found his arms twisted backward and upward until his bones cracked and his joints came loose. With wrists pinioned behind his shoulder blades and walking on his toes, he was propelled into the street. Since this was his first arrest, he did not know enough to go quietly, and when one of his captors released his grip, he tried to wrench himself loose. Cossacks could not mistreat a prisoner more brutally than these policemen mistreated poor, cringing, spineless Jimmy Knight. He reached the station house more dead than alive, and then when he saw a loaded revolver removed from his own pocket, he utterly collapsed. Weeping like a woman, he was led to a cell and left to meditate upon the inconsistencies and injustices of the Sullivan law. As the hours crept by and his efforts to obtain assistance proved unavailing, he began to understand something of young Sullivan's and Armistead's feelings. Then light came to him. He learned of the disaster to the Metropolitan Club and immediately lost faith in Melcher's ability to help him. With the result that when he was finally led to Inspector Snell's office for the 3rd degree, he squealed promptly. In his panic to save himself, he volunteered even more of his private history than the inspector desired to hear, and was only too willing to make known all of the facts of the Hammond case. Nor did he withhold the truth about the present attempt at blackmailing Bob Wharton and Merkel. The first question along this line served to unlock his lips, and he whiningly laid bare the entire conspiracy. It seemed, however, that his earnest desire to help the law was scarcely appreciated, for even after he had blindly affixed his signature to the documents which Inspector Snell placed before him, he was led back to his cell. Rules were far from strict at Leila Lynne's hotel. The employees were not over-courteous at any time, and although in theory callers announced themselves by telephone before going upstairs, this was a custom generally honored in the breach. No question, therefore, was raised when a heavy-built, capable-looking man with large hands and feet inquired for Miss Lynne's room number and stepped into the elevator without declaring his business. Leila herself opened the door at his knock, but showed some reluctance at admitting him until he murmured the magic word, headquarters, whereupon she fell back with a look of startled inquiry in her eyes. The stranger did not trouble to remove his hat. After a swift inventory of the room, he announced, "The inspector sent me to see you." "What inspector?" "Snell." "Yes?" Leila's voice was badly controlled, for there was something disturbing about this man's behavior. "Your order is to leave town. Be out and away at 8 o'clock. That's 4 hours. Understand?" "You must be crazy," Leila cried, with a show of spirit. "What have I done? Who do you think I am? Inspector Snell, eh? I don't know him, and he doesn't know me." "I guess he knows you, all right. 8 bells, sister. I'll be back then." "But what for? I haven't done anything." Incensed at the fellow's total indifference, she ran on fiercely. "I won't go. I'm no crook. You can hustle me out like this. I'll fight. I've got friends, and I've got money, and I'm going to stay right here. You haven't anything on me, for I haven't done anything. I'm behaving myself, and I'm clean. You can tell Inspector Snell so for me." The policeman silently drew from his pocket an envelope, which he handed to her. "Before you talk any louder, suppose you give this the once-over," he said. Leela glanced at the preferred package with a sneer. "Don't you think I know a warrant?" Then, as she opened the envelope and scanned its contents, she started. To conceal the tremor of her hand, she spread the documents upon her center table and turned her back to the visitor. An odd rigidity crept over her. When she swung about to speak, her voice was harsh, but her defiance had lessened. "I don't understand." "Oh, I guess you do. Anyhow, the whole story's there. You see, Armistead spilled. That's why he jumped his bond. He was afraid of Melcher's gunmen. We got Sullivan, too. He was tough, but we got him finally. And as for Knight, say, that little grafter sprained his wrist signing affidavits." "Rot! You don't expect me to believe all this?" Leela demanded uncertainly. "Why, these confessions are probably phony. You dictated them yourself for all I know. Anyhow, they don't mean anything to me." "Well, you ought to know whether they do or not." The policeman calmly refolded the papers. "What about Max? What does he say about this?" "Oh, he takes it all right. He knows we've got it on him, and he knows when to lay down a hand. Max is a good sport, but I ain't here to swap gossip. If I was you, I'd take it on the run. You can't win anything by sticking." "I won't go," stormed the girl. "It's a put-up job to get me away." "Have it your own way, but I'll be back at 8 with a regular, honest-to-goodness warrant." The officer nodded and walked out heavily. When she was alone again, Leela felt as if her knees would give way. For the first time, she realized that she had no single friend to whom she could turn, or in whose assistance she could put faith. Before the plainclothes man, she had maintained a pretense of firmness. But it had been mere bravado, for in her soul, she had known those documents to be authentic. Their contents proved them so, and now that the police knew all, resistance was plainly futile. During her last talk with Bob Warden, Leela had felt unbounded confidence in her ability to go through with her plans, come what might. But now the mere knowledge that those plans were known changed everything. In common with all evildoers, Leela entertained an exaggerated distrust of the law and a keen fear of its trickeries. The fact that she had been betrayed, the fact that she now had the open hostility of the police to combat, convinced her that the game was up. As she pondered the situation, anger at the treachery of her Confederates grew and caused her to forget her own intended treachery to them. Even while she was defying the officer, she had begun to reconcile herself to the idea of flight, and now she set about her preparations. 4 hours. Well, they had given her time enough. Much could be done in 4 hours. 8 o'clock would see her well out from under the shadow of the law. The law! Leela sneered as she reflected that the law invariably shielded the rich and prosperous while it oppressed the poor and the needy. Of late, her periods of independence from cocaine was becoming shorter and of less frequent occurrence. And before she had proceeded far with her packing, she found herself badly in need of stimulation. Her resistance was running low, it seemed. That splendid recklessness which had sustained her when she flung her demand at Bob was entirely gone now. She was oddly nervous and unstrung, so she turned to the white powders. Their effect was prompt and pleasant, as always. They enabled her to lay vigorous hold once more upon her scattered faculties. As she flung her belongings into her trunk, her first black regrets and disappointments began to lighten, and she found herself looking at the matter more philosophically. After all, things were never quite hopeless. She had played for big stakes and lost, through no fault of her own, but through the treachery of others. Well, this was not her first defeat, and certainly it would not be her last opportunity. She would pretend to yield. She would go away and wait. Yes, that was best. She could always return, and so long as her money lasted, so long as those blessed powders were available, she was assured of bodily and mental comfort at last. Meanwhile, no one could rob her of her secret, and sometime, somehow, it could be coined into money. Bob Warden, John Merkel, the Hammond women, through their influence with the police, might exile her from New York, might hound her from place to place, but so long as she retained that secret, they were all more or less in her power and could not deny her at least a comfortable living. She even smiled contemptuously as she looked back upon the way she had fooled Bob Warden and the concern he had shown for Lorelei. Then all of a sudden, Leela awoke to the fact that she disliked, hated Bob's wife. It seemed as if she had always hated her. Perhaps it was because of Lorelei's beauty or her superior ways, or, yes, because of her clean soul that nothing had been able to smirch. Character. What was it but hypocrisy, or a luxury upon which some people prided themselves? From Lorelei, Leela's thoughts wandered naturally to Jim, thence to his companions, and finally to Max Melcher. One and all those men, at the first hint of danger to themselves, had thrown her over and sought protection. That was manlike. It pleased her at this moment to call down punishments upon them, and to imagine the forms those punishments would take if she possessed the power to inflict them. She owed those fellows something, and in particular she owed Max a grudge, for the whole scheme had been his. The cocaine was working swiftly now. Leela had reached the stage of exaggerated self-regard. Her enmity toward Melcher grew with unnatural rapidity. She had even more than one score in the past, she mused. Why not even this one? In Jarvis Hammond's case, for instance, she had taken the law into her own hands and had exacted payment for a wrong that most people would have considered dead to vengeance. Truly that had been a revenge. For a long time, the memory of that night's events had been almost intolerable. The picture of that dim-lit library of the staring, stricken face of her victim had more than once filled Leela with such horror that she had taken refuge in double doses of cocaine. But now, strangely enough, she felt no repugnance whatever in looking back upon it. On the contrary, she was filled by the remembrance and exulted in her act without restraint. She fancied at this moment that she could feel the cold contact of the revolver against her palm, the leap of the exploding weapon, the fierce triumph that had flamed through her when Hammond had exulted in his tracks, then withered and crumpled as his wound took effect. That had been an instant worth all the pain and risk it cost. She lived again through the white heat of it, but it left her unsatisfied. There were others who had wronged her and who deserved the same fate as Hammond. Max Melcher, for instance. Max had been her evil counselor in all things. He had always used her as a tool, and now, like a tool which he no longer had use for, he cast her aside. Leela found herself pacing the floor in a peculiar emotional frenzy. Outwardly she was cool. Inwardly she was a prey to the wildest and wickedest passions. It is by the use of cocaine that most of the hired assassins of the East Side prepare themselves to kill. Taken in sufficient quantities, the drug tends to produce a homicidal mania in the consumer, at the same time leaving him in supersensitive control of his faculties. Mind and body are unnaturally stimulated by it. Whiskey numbs a man's mind and makes his hands unsteady. Cocaine not only crazes him, but lends him accuracy in shooting. Moreover, it deadens his sensibility, so that he goes on fighting even though riddled with wounds. Thus, the use of this drug explains why the modern gunman is so deadly in his work and at the same time so difficult of capture, as it does the similar phenomena among the Southern Negroes who, since they have been denied rum by state prohibition, have taken to cocaine. Just how or when Leela arrived at the determination to kill Max Melcher she did not know. The idea was there, fully grown and firmly fixed in her mind when she discovered it. She began at once to shape its execution. First she called Tony the barber by phone, for now that the Metropolitan Club was closed, she knew of no other way of discovering her victim's whereabouts. Max was not at the barber shop, she learned, but he would be there promptly at 6:30 for his shave. Yes, Tony declared, he always came there at that time. It was a habit of years' standing. Leela ordered her trunks sent down, paid her bill at the hotel, and then sought the nearest pawn shop. She had some difficulty in buying a revolver, but succeeding at length, she returned to her room to arrange the final details of her plan. That she had fixed upon Melcher rather than upon Bob or Merkel or someone else can be explained only through the vagaries of a disordered mind. For although the girl did not realize it, she was by this time quite out of her head. A desire as keen and as compelling as hunger clamored for Max's death, and it did not occur to her to resist it. Yet Leela had no intention of sacrificing herself. Much of the pleasure of the deed, she reflected, would result from a successful getaway, and therefore she craftily arranged her escape. She would drive to Tony's, so ran her plan, tell her taxicab driver to wait, then enter the place quietly and swiftly. Max would be stretched out in one of the chairs and quite unaware of her approach until she bent over him. He would gain no hint of her design until he felt her weapon against his body. Such a simple mode of procedure could not fail, and this ferocious longing to kill would be satisfied. In the confusion following the shot, Leela reasoned it would be easy to slip out of the place, step into her taxi and drive to the station, Once she was lost in that crowded place, who could apprehend her? In half an hour she would be out of the state. There still remained some time to wait, and to guard herself against a diminution of the drug's effect. She took another liberal dose. After a time, this resulted in an added intensity of concentration and even greater mental activity and strength of purpose. She felt equal to anything, afraid of nothing in heaven or earth. For fear that Max might anticipate his regular time of arrival, she again telephoned to Tony. Learning that he had not done so, she gossiped briefly with the barber, discussing the raid on the Metropolitan, the misfortunes that had overtaken their mutual funds, and other topics of interest. She realized from Tony's laughter that she was talking with unusual wit and brilliance. Her buoyancy was becoming a trifle oppressive now, so she rang off, and a few moments later discovered that her last inhalation of the drug was beginning to affect her heart. Before long, its palpitation had become unpleasant, though not alarming as yet, and probably no more than a passing phase. However, since ample time remained, she decided to lie down. The reclining position gave her some relief, but that odd, nightmarish overstimulation continued. In fact, it increased until it became almost unbearable. She closed her eyes only to behold a whirling confusion of shapes and visions. Gradually, her mind became peopled by distorted fancies. The moments crept on, and the phantasmagoria continued. Leela realized at last that she was ill. She was confused, hysterical, wretched. She tried to rise but failed. She found herself swimming through space. Blinding lights and choking vapors enveloped her. She noted with a dull sense of alarm that her heart was skipping. This frightened her into calling for help, but her voice sounded weak and unreal. Everything was unreal. Objects in the room were distorted and queer. What was it that so terrified her? Was it death? End of chapter 27. Read by Aaron K. May 3rd, 2025.
Chapter 28 of the Auction Block. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jade, Mansueto. The Auction Block by Rex Beach. Chapter 28. Late that night, John Merkel telephoned Bob Wharton to say, "Headquarters just rang me up and told me. Prepare yourself for a shock. Lilas Lynne is dead." "Dead?" Bob cried in a startled voice. "Dead? How? When did it happen? I can't believe it." Merkel made known the details that had come to him. "Looks like suicide, but they're not sure. Anyhow, she took too much dope of some sort. You can sleep easy now. I wish I could." "I suppose it's the law of compensation." "Compensation?" Merkel's voice sounded querulous. "There's no such thing. Don't talk to a Wall Street man about the law of compensation." "Well, then call it Providence." "Providence has too much on its hands to bother with people like her. No, there is a certain, immovability about the conventional, and Lilas wasn't strong enough to topple it over." I'm shocked, of course, and yet I can't help feeling greatly relieved." "Rotten thing to say." "Not at all. I'm delighted. Once I read about a flare-back on a battleship, and how a fellow threw himself into the door of the powder magazine to prevent an explosion. That's me. I'm nearly scorched to death." Bob's anxiety had been so intense of late that this unexpected solution of his difficulties seemed indeed nothing less than a godsend. Lorelei, thank heaven, had been saved from any knowledge of the affair, and when he went down to business, it was with a lighter heart than he had felt for some time. Bob's acquaintance with Lilas Lynne had been far from pleasant. She had repaid his kindness with treachery, and now, although he was not a callous person, he could not pretend that his pity exceeded his relief. His regrets at the girl's tragic end were those which any normal man would have felt at the death of an acquaintance, but they were far overbalanced now by his joy at the fact that no further shadows menaced the peace of his wife, and that once again the future was all dancing sunshine. Bob had seldom been conscious of a deliberate effort to please himself, for to want a thing had always meant to have it almost before the desire had been recognized. The gratification of his impulses had become a sort of second nature to him, and now feeling that he owed a debt of friendliness to the world, he was impelled to liquidate it. He did struggle half-heartedly against his first drink, but after he had taken it, and after other drinks had gone the way of the first, he was troubled less and less by the consciousness of broken resolves. He met a number of people who he liked, and to whom he was inspired to show his liking, and strange to say, the more he drank, the more of such friends he discovered. By late afternoon he was in a fantastically jubilant mood, and seizing Kurtz, he bore him across the way to Delmonico's. Now Kurtz was worldly and therefore tolerant. He had grown to like and to understand his young associate very well indeed, and something about Bob's riotous disposition to gladness awoke a response in the little tailor. It was that expansive and expensive hour of the afternoon when business worries are dropped and before social cares are shouldered. It was cocktail time along the avenue, the hour when sprees are born and engagements broken, and as it lengthened, Wharton celebrated it as in days gone by. His last regret had vanished. He was having a splendid time when a page called him to a telephone booth. Adaray's voice greeted him. She was speaking from his own home, and her first words almost sobered him. Something was wrong. Bob was needed quickly. Lorelei was asking for him. For more than an hour they had been vainly trying to locate him. They had succeeded in reaching the doctor, and he was there with a nurse. Adaray's voice broke. Probably it was nothing serious, but Lorelei was frightened, and so was the speaker. Bob had better waste no time, for one could never tell what might happen in cases of this sort. When Bob lurched out of the booth, he was white. The noisy group he had left rose in alarm at the sight of his stricken face. His legs led him a crooked course out of the cafe, bringing him into collision with chairs and tables, and causing him to realize for the first time how far he had allowed himself to go. In a shaking voice he called for a taxicab, meanwhile allowing the raw air of the street to cool his head. But as he hurried up the avenue, his fright grew until he lost himself in a dizzy, drunken panic. He tried to lay hold of himself, but his thoughts were as unruly as his legs had been. The significance of his conduct and its probable effect upon his wife filled him with horror. Fate had cunningly timed her punishment. Before long he began to attribute this catastrophe, whatever it may prove to be, directly to his own criminal behavior, and for once in his carefree life he knew the taste of bitter regret. But he could not think coherently. Black fears were pouring in upon him with a speed to match the staggering objects that fled past his open cab window. The terror of the unknown was upon him. What if Lorelei should die? Bob asked himself. A swing of the vehicle flung him into a corner, where he huddled, slack-jawed, staring. He was unable to shut out this last suggestion. If Lorelei died, he would be her murderer. That was plain. He had wanted a child, to be sure, but until this moment he had never counted the risk nor realized what price might be exacted. No child could be worth a risk to Lorelei. But regrets were unavailing. Something had gone wrong, and Lorelei needed him. She was calling for him, and he was drunk. He would reel up to her bed of pain with bleared eyes, with poisoned lips. How could he kiss her? How could he explain? The cab swung into the curb, and he scrambled out, then stumbled blindly up the steps and into the building where he lived. Adaray met him at his own door. Lorelei's summons had evidently found the dancer dressed for anything except such a crisis, for Miss Demarest was arrayed in the very newest importation. The lower half of her figure was startlingly suggestive of the harem, while above the waist she was adorned like a Chinese princess. A tango cap of gold crowned her swirls of hair, and from it depended a string of tremendous beads, looped beneath her chin. She presented a futurist combination of colors, mainly mandarin yellow and royal blue, both of which in some peculiar way seemed to extend upward, tinging her cheeks. But Wharton's impression was vague. he saw little more than the tragic widening of the girl's eyes as she recognized his condition. "Am I as bad as that?" he stammered. "Do you think she'll notice it?" "Oh, Bob!" Adelaide cried in a stricken voice. "How could you? At this time?" "You said she wanted me. I couldn't take time." "Yes, she's been calling for you, but I'm sorry I found you." A silent-footed figure in a nurse's uniform emerged from the dining room, and her first expression of relief at the sight of Bob changed swiftly to a stare of startled wonderment. Bob was not too drunk to read the half-spoken protest on her lips. Then he heard his wife calling him and realized that somehow she knew of his coming. At the sound of her voice, strangely throaty and hoarse from pain, the strength ran out of his body. The doctor heard him fumbling at the bedroom door and admitted him. Then a low, aching cry of disappointment sounded, and Adelaide Demarest bowed her head upon her arms. When Bob groped his way back into the living room, his look was ghastly. His face was damp, his eyes were desperate. "She sent me away," he whispered. "Poor thing," he winced at Adelaide's tone. "God, I heard her when she saw you. I wonder if you realize—" "Oh, yes," he nodded slowly. "I don't get drunk all over like most men. I'm afraid I'll never forget that cry." He was trembling, and his terror was so pitiful that Adelaide laid a compassionate hand upon his shoulder. "Don't let go, Bob. Hold your thoughts steady and sober up. We must all help." "Tell me, you know about these things. Tell me honestly." "What do I know about such things? What can I tell you?" bitterly cried the dancer. "I don't know anything about babies. I never even held one in my arms. I'm worse frightened than you are." Darkness found Bob huddled in his chair fighting for his senses. But as the liquor died in him, terrible fancies came to life. Those muffled cries of pain rising now and then terrorized him, and yet the long intervals of silence between were worse, for it then seemed to him that the fight must be going against his wife and that her strength must be proving insufficient. There were times, too, when he felt the paralyzing conviction that he was alone in the house, and more than once he stole down the hall, his heart between his teeth, his body shaking in a palsy of apprehension. A frightened maid began preparations for his dinner, but he ordered her away. Then when she brought him a tray, anger at the thought that his own comfort should be considered of consequence made him refuse to touch it. At length his inactivity became unbearable, and feeling the desperate need of sane counsel, he telephoned to John Merkel. Bob was too deeply agitated to more than note the banker's statement that Mr. and Mrs. Hannibal Wharton were in the city, but recalling it later, he experienced a stab of regret that his mother was not here to comfort Lorelei in the first great crisis of her womanhood. It had been Lorelei's wish that her own mother be kept in ignorance of the truth, and now, therefore, the girl had no one to lean upon except an unpractical stage woman and a drunken husband. In Bob's mind, the pity of it grew as the time crept on. But Adelaide Demarest was wonderful. Despite her inexperience, she was calm, capable, sympathetic, and best of all, her normality afforded a support upon which both the husband and the wife could rest. When she finally made herself ready for the street, Bob cried piteously, "You're not going to leave us?" "I must. It's nearly theater time," she told him. "It's one of the penalties of this business that nothing must hold the curtain. But I'll be back the minute the show is over." "Lorelei needs you." Adelaide nodded. Her eyes met Bob's squarely, and he saw that they were wet. Her face was tender, and in spite of her grotesquely affected toilette, she appeared very simple and womanly at this moment. Her absurd theatricalism was gone. She was a natural, unaffected young woman. "I wish I could do something to help," wearily continued Bob. But Adelaide shook her head so violently that the barbaric beaded festoon beneath her chin clicked and rattled. "She knows you're close by, that's enough. This is a poor time to preach, but it seems to me if you had a real bit of manhood in you, Bob, you'll never drink again. The shock of seeing you like this, when she needed you, didn't help her any. I know. The words were wrung from him like a groan. But the thing is bigger and stronger than I am. It takes both of us to fight. If she should leave me, I'd never pull through, and I wouldn't want to. Never until she left Lorelei's house and turned toward the white lights of Broadway did Adelaide Demarest fully realize whither her theatrical career had carried her. Lorelei, it seemed to her now, had lived to a high purpose. She was soon to be a mother. But as for herself, the dancer cringed at the thought. What had her life brought? Notoriety, shame. In the eyes of men she was abominable. She had sold herself for the satisfaction of seeing a false name blazoned in electric lights, while Lorelei had played the game differently and won. Yes, she would have won even though she died tonight. But how could a woman like Adelaide Demarest, the king's favorite, the woman with the rubies, hope for wifehood or for motherhood? The bitterness of these reflections lay in the fact that Adelaide knew herself to be pure. But the world considered her evil, and evil in its eyes she would remain. How could she hope to bring anything but misery to a husband or bequeath anything but shame to a child? At this moment she would gladly have changed places with the other girl whose life hung in the scales. John Merkel had never lost interest in Lorelei, nor forgotten her refusal of his well-meant offer of assistance. From the night of their first meeting, she had intrigued his interest, and her marriage to Bob had deepened his friendly feeling. Although he prided himself upon a reputation for harsh cynicism and cherished the conviction that he was wholly without sentiment, he was in reality more emotional than he believed, and Lorelei's courageous efforts to regenerate her husband, her vigorous determination to build respectability and happiness out of the uncompromising materials at her hand, had excited his liveliest sympathy. It pleased him to read into her character beauties and nobilities of which she was utterly unconscious if not actually devoid. Now that she had come to a serious crisis, Merkel's slowly growing resentment at Bob's parents for refusing to recognize her burst into anger. The result was that soon after his talk with Bob, he telephoned Hannibal Wharton, making known the situation in the most disagreeable and biting manner of which he was capable. Strange to say, Wharton heard him through and then thanked him before ringing off. When Hannibal repeated the news to his wife, she moved slowly to a window and stood staring down into the glittering chasm of Fifth Avenue. Bob's mother was a frail, erect, impassive woman, wearied and saddened with the weight of her husband's millions. There had been a time when society knew her, but of late years she saw few people, and her name was seldom mentioned except in connection with her benefactions. Even the true satisfaction of giving had been denied her, since real charity means sacrifice. Wealth had lent her a painful conspicuousness, and had made her a target for multifarious demands so insistent, so ill-considered, so unworthy, many of them, that she had been forced into an isolation more strict even than her husband's. Great responsibilities had changed Hannibal Wharton into a machine. He had become mechanical even in his daily life, in his pleasures, in his relaxations. His suspicions and his dislikes were also more or less automatic, but in all his married life he had never found cause to complain of anything his wife had done. He was serenely conscious, moreover, of her complete accord with his every action, and now, therefore, in reporting Merkel's conversation, he spoke musingly as a man speaks to himself. "John loves to be caustic. He likes to vocalize his dyspepsia," the old man muttered. "Well, if it's as serious as he seems to think, we may be spared the disgrace of a grandchild." Mrs. Wharton did not stir. There was something uncompromising in the rigid lines of her back and in her stiffly poised head. "People of her kind always have children," he continued, "and that's what I told Bob. I told him he was laying up trouble for himself." "Bob had more to him than we thought," irrelevantly murmured the mother. "More than we thought?" Hannibal shook his head. "No more than I thought. I knew he had it in him. You were the one—" No. We both doubted. Perhaps this girl read him. Sure she read him, snorted the father. She read his bank book, but I fooled her. Do you remember when Bob was born? Huh? Do you remember? I had trouble too. Into Hannibal's eyes came a slow and painful light of reminiscence. The doctors thought... Of course I remember, her husband broke in. Those damn doctors said you'd never come through it. Yes, I wasn't strong. But you did. I was with you. I fought for you. I wouldn't let you die. Remember it? The speaker moistened his lips. Why, I never forgot. Bob is experiencing something like that tonight. Hannibal started, then he fumbled uncertainly for a cigar. When he had it lighted, he said gruffly, Well, it made a man of me. I hope it'll help Bob. Still staring out across the glowing lights and the mysterious inky blots that lay below her, Mrs. Wharton went on. You are only thinking of Bob, but that girl is suffering all I suffered that night, and I'm thinking of her too. She's offering her life for the life of a little child, just as I offered mine. There was a silence. Then Hannibal looked up to find his wife standing over him with face strangely humble. Her eyes were appealing. Her frail figure was shaking wretchedly. My dear, he cried, rising. I can't keep it up, Hannibal. I can't pretend any longer. It's Bob's baby, and it's ours. Disregarding his denial, she ran on swiftly. I wanted more children, but I couldn't have them, so I starved myself all these years. You can't understand, but I'm lonely, Hannibal, terribly lonely and sad. Bob grew up and went away, and all we had left was money. The dollars piled up year by year. They grew heavier and heavier, until they squeezed our lives dry and crowded out everything. They even crowded out our son and spoiled him. They made you into a stone man. They came between me and the people and the things I loved. They walled me up from the world. My life is empty. Empty. I want to mother something. Hannibal inquired hoarsely. Not this baby. Surely not that woman's child? It's Bob's baby and ours. He looked down at her queerly for a moment. The breed is rotten. If he had married a decent girl... John Merkel says she is splendid. How do you know? I have talked with him. I have learned whatever I could about her, wherever I could, and it's all good. After all, Bob loves her, and isn't that enough? But she doesn't love him, stormed the father. She said she didn't. She wants his money, and she thinks she'll get it this way. Do you think that money can pay her for what she's enduring at this minute? She's frightened, just as I was frightened when Bob was born. She's sick and suffering. But do you think all our dollars could buy that child from her? Money has made us hard. Hannibal, let's be different. I'm afraid we've put it off for too long, he answered slowly. She won't forgive us, and I'm not sure I want her to. Bob's in trouble. Won't you go to him? Hannibal Wharton opened his lips, closed them, then taking his hat and coat, he left the room. But as the old man went uptown, his nerve failed him. He was fixed in his ways. He had a blind faith in his own infallibility. Twice he rode up in the elevator to his son's door. Twice he rode down again. The hallman informed him that the crisis had not passed. So finding the night air not uncomfortable, Hannibal settled himself to wait. After all, he told himself, this was not the moment for a painful reconciliation. As time dragged on, he came to a reckoning with his conscience, and his meditations brought home the realization that despite his success, despite the love and companionship of his wife, he too was growing old and lonely. During the chill, still hours after the city had gone to rest, an automobile drew up to the apartment house. When its expected passenger emerged from the building, a grim-faced stranger in a greatcoat accosted him. One glance challenged the physician's attention, and he answered, Yes, it's all over. A boy. And Mrs. Wharton, the mother? Youth is a wonderful thing, and she has everything to live for. She is doing as well as could be expected. You're a relative, I presume? The old man hesitated, then his voice came boldly. Yes, I'm her father. When the doctor had driven away, Hannibal strode into the building and telephoned to the Waldorf, but now his words were short and oddly broken. Nevertheless, they brought a light of gladness to the eyes of the woman who had waited all these hours. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Auction Block. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jade Mansueto, The Auction Block by Rex Beach. Chapter 29. Adelaide Demarest, still in her glittering hybrid costume, but heavy-limbed and dull with fatigue, paused outside her own door early that morning. The time lacked perhaps an hour of dawn. The street outside and the building itself was silent, yet from Adelaide's parlor issued the sound of light fingers upon piano keys. Adelaide entered to find Campbell Pope, with collar loosened and hair on end, seated at the instrument. The air within the room was blue and reeking with the odor of stale tobacco smoke, and the ash receiver at his elbow was piled high with burnt offerings, one of which was now sending an evil-smelling streamer toward the ceiling. Pope rose at Adelaide's entrance, eyeing her anxiously. "Is everything all right?" he cried. "Is what all right?" Lorelei." "Oh, yes. What are you doing here?" "I suppose I must apologize. You see, I heard the news and came here after the show. When I learned where you were, I decided to wait and help." "You decided to help?" Adelaide eyed the disheveled musician queerly. "By smelling up my parlor and playing my poor piano all night? Is that how you help? What do you mean, help?" The critic appeared to realize for the first time the lateness of the hour. Glancing at his watch, he gasped, "Why, I had no idea it was this time. I've been here all night, haven't I? You see, after I got in, I was afraid to go out without explaining." "What do you mean by saying you wanted to help?" Miss Demarest repeated curiously. "You've helped break my lease. I'll be thrown out of this house, sure." Pope stammered guiltily. "I was playing for Bob and Lorelei." With one glove half off, Adelaide slowly seated herself, showing in her face an amazement that increased the man's embarrassment. "I knew it was a serious matter," he explained, "and being terribly fond of Bob and Lorelei, I naturally wanted to do what I could." "Yes, go on." Pope took a deeper breath and burst out, "Oh, I have a 60-horsepower imagination, and it seems to me that music is a sort of prayer. Anyhow, it's the only way I know of praying. Good music is divine language. It's what makes angels speak, if there are angels. Sometimes it seems to me that I can soar heavenward on the wings of melody and get close enough to make myself heard. In my own way, I was sort of praying for those two children. Foolish, isn't it? I'm sorry I told you. It sounds nutty to me when I stop to consider it." Pope stirred uneasily under Adelaide's gravely speculative eyes. "Lorelei's all right?" Adelaide nodded. "It's a boy." There was a moment of silence. "Did you ever see a brand new baby?" "Lord, no!" Miss Demarest's gaze remained bent upon Pope, but it was focused upon great distances. Her voice, when she spoke, was hushed and awe-stricken. "Neither did I until this one. I held it. I held it in my arms. Oh, I was frightened. And yet I seemed to know just what to do and everything. It was strange. It hurt me terribly, for you see, I didn't know what babies meant until tonight. Now I know." Pope saw the shining eyes suddenly fill and threaten to overflow. Instead of the grotesquely overdressed and artificial stage favorite, he beheld only a yearning woman whose face was softened and glorified as by a vision. "Poor Lorelei," he murmured at a loss for words. "Poor Lorelei?" Adaray's lips twisted mirthlessly. Of course you don't understand. How could you? Why, it's her baby. She's a mother. I can hold it once in a while. She can hold it always. I didn't know you cared for children. Adaray shrugged. The beads at her throat clicked barbarously. Neither did I. But I suppose every woman does if she only knew it. Tonight I began to understand what this ache inside of me means. Her gaze came back and centered upon his face, but it was frightened and panic-stricken now. I've sacrificed my right to children. How can you say that? Oh, you know it as well as I do. A flush wavered in the speaker's cheeks, then fled, leaving her white and weary. You, of all men, must understand. I'm notorious. I'm a painted woman, a wicked woman, the wickedest woman in the land, and that reputation will live in spite of anything I can do. She began to cry now, in a way strange to Pope's experience, for her tears appeared, grew, and spilled themselves slowly down her cheeks, and she made no attempt to hide them. The sight depressed him dreadfully, for at heart he was intensely sentimental. I didn't know what it meant to be notorious, she stated tensely. I didn't know what I was doing when I agreed to be Adaray Demarest. Pope's habitual restraint all at once gave way. Nonsense, he exploded. The thing that counts is what you are, not what you seem to be. I know the truth. I don't give a damn what people say. Now there was nothing sufficiently significant about these words to bring a light of wonderment and gladness to the girl's face, but her tears ceased as abruptly as they had commenced, and noting the slowly growing radiance of her expression, Campbell was stricken dumb with fright at the possible consequences of temerity. The knowledge of his shortcomings robbed him of confidence and helped to confuse him. Adaray rose. She removed her tango cap and the mantle elaborately draped from one shoulder that served as an evening wrap. Then, with a lingering backward glance, she disappeared into her chamber. She bathed her eyes, powdered her cheeks, patted her hair into a more becoming fashion, gave a final dab of the puff upon her nose, as an expert billiard player chalks his cue. When she had quite finished, she returned to the critic, who meanwhile had remained frozen in his tracks. For a moment she stood looking up at him with a peculiar, tender smile, then took him by the lapels of his shapeless coat and drew his thin face down to hers. I'm not going to let you back out, she declared firmly. You asked me, didn't you? Adaray, no, think what you are doing, he cried sharply. But she continued to smile up into his eyes with a gladness that intoxicated him. She snuggled closer to him, murmuring cozily, I don't want to think. We'll have plenty of time to think when we're too old to talk. Now I just want to love you as hard as you have been loving me for the last 6 months. During the days of Lorelei's recovery, Bob Wharton was in a particularly exultant mood. Her ready forgiveness of his behavior did much to renew his faith in himself, besides doubling his devotion to her. He did not feel he could ever learn to love her any more than he did, for at times the strength of his passion frightened him, but her allowance for his weakness brought them into a closer touch with each other, and kindled in him an aching humility that craved self-sacrifice. Dwarfing these and kindred emotions, however, was a feeling altogether new which had come with the birth of his son. At first the baby awed and frightened Bob. It oppressed him with a sense of tremendous responsibility, but on the heels of this came a dawning pride and then an insatiable curiosity. He began to spend a great deal of time with the infant. He studied it. He stared at it. When no one was looking, he felt of the little fellow gingerly, and would have enjoyed examining it minutely had he dared. His hands itched for it, and its weak, strangling gurgles sent indescribable thrills through him. The easy dexterity with which the nurse handled it, as if the precious atom were a bundle of rags, excited Bob's liveliest apprehension, and at such times he hovered nearby, poised upon tiptoe for fear she might drop it. He felt that it should be borne on silken cushions, while heads were bowed and backs bent, rather than upon the hip or in the crook of a careless elbow. When he ventured to voice this feeling to his wife, he was offended at her amusement, and for a whole day tortured himself with the suspicion that the child's mother did not truly love it. To all young fathers there comes a certain readjustment of values. To Bob, who had always led a selfish, thoughtless existence, it was at first bewildering to discover that his place at the head of his household had been usurped by another. Heretofore he had always been of supreme domestic importance, but now the order of things was completely reversed, if not hopelessly jumbled. First in consequence came this new person, tiny and vastly tyrannical because of its helplessness. Then the nurse, an awesome person, a sort of oracle and regent combined, who ruled in the name and stead of the new heir. Nurse's wisdom was unbounded. Her lightest wish was law, and next to her in authority was a fat, bearded prime minister who daily came and went in an automobile and who wrote edicts on a little pad. This person's frown threw the entire establishment into confusion. Lorelei herself occupied no mean station in the new scheme, for at least she shared the confidence of the nurse and the doctor, and ranked above the cook and the housemaid. But not so Bob. Somewhere at the foot of the list he found his own true place. Now, strange to say, this novel arrangement was extremely agreeable to the deposed ruler. Bob took shameless delight in doing menial service. To fetch and to carry for all hands filled him with joy. But once outside of the premises, he reasserted himself, and his importance grew as gas expands. He swelled to the bursting point. He strutted, he grinned, he was broadly tolerant, and more than once he startled total strangers by laughing hilariously at nothing. When he could not talk, he whistled in tune to the singing voices within him. But it was seldom indeed that he could not talk, and before long his intimate friends began to avoid him like a plague. It was his partner, Kurtz, who finally dubbed him the pestilence that talketh in darkness, and the destruction that wasteth our noondays. Scarcely less interested in the new baby was Campbell Pope. Pope, in fact, was becoming interested in almost everything of late. He was growing youthful, too, in a way that vaguely alarmed his acquaintances. His cynicism was disappearing. His dramatic reviews began to assume a commendatory tone that all but destroyed their journalistic value. When Lorelei had recovered sufficiently to receive visitors, the two lovers appeared one afternoon laden with packages. "We've been shopping for the baby," Adelaide explained as she began to unload herself, and Pope announced enthusiastically that the experience had been the most exciting of an adventurous lifetime. Both of them, it seemed, had given free rein to their extravagance, for to begin with, there was a marvelous locomotive that ran on a circular track, slightly too large to fit in any room in the apartment. It was no ordinary tin toy. It had a bell that rang and a whistle that tooted, and a queer little painted mannequin inside the cab. There were, moreover, a depot, a bridge, and a frowning mountain range pierced by a tunnel. All in all, the outfit weighed perhaps 60 pounds and required the operating skill of a practical mechanic. And it proved to be a dangerous plaything, too, for once it had been thoroughly wound up and set into motion, it developed an unsuspected and terrifying energy. Bob subdued it only after it had completed a speed trial down the hall, in the course of which it substantially damaged baseboard and plaster. Pope's taste ran to mechanical contrivances. Among his contributions there were, in addition to this public nuisance, an automobile, a camera, a bowling alley, and a set of small carpenter's tools, the mere sight of which brought out a sweat of apprehension upon the baby's father. Adelaide, on the other hand, had invested heavily in animals. Her gifts included a roaring lion, a peacock with a least-breaking voice, an elephant that walked, accompanied by strange, whirring abdominal sounds, besides many other products of the toy-maker's fancy. There was a huge doll which Miss Demarest had purchased because of its resemblance to herself, and which was promptly christened Aunt Adelaide. There was an ermine coat and a toy theater, also a full morocco set of lives of famous musicians in 6 volumes, this being an afterthought of Pope's, who feared the effects of Bob's low musical taste upon a tender child. In addition to all these, there was an elaborate enameled baby's bed with garlands of bisque flowers and a Point d'Esprit canopy. This Adoree's sad-faced footman had held upon the front of the automobile during an embarrassing trip up Fifth Avenue and Riverside Drive. During the examination of these interesting objects, the lovers made known their happiness. Then, after the customary felicitations, Adoree explained, "Everything is arranged. We are going to be quietly married at once. I'm afraid he'll get away from me if I put it off." "Not a chance." Pope's sallow face colored happily. "As soon as I finish my theatrical contract," Adoree ran on, "we are going to drop quietly out of sight and stay out of sight." "Going to live abroad?" Bob inquired. "Worse," Pope explained. "Long Island. We're going to raise ducks." "Ducks," Adoree echoed beatifically. "Hundreds and thousands of ducks. Little ducks and big ducks, fuzzy ones and smooth ones. Campbell can write plays, and I'll wear kimonos and be comfortable. It's wonderful to think about, isn't it?" Pope supplemented her eagerly. "I'm looking for a bungalow on salt water, with a south exposure for the brooder houses. Say, we're going to live. I tell you, Bob, there is money in ducks. I'm reading up on the subject. My dear fellow, do you realize that—" He swung into his pet subject so swiftly that Bob could not head him off and was forced to listen somewhat dazedly. Lorelei reached forth and drew Adoree down to her, whispering, "I'm so glad, my dear. I knew he would end by loving you, for everybody does." Pope concluded a lengthy harangue by saying, "My mistake last year was in the food. Ducks need soft food. Listen." Bob raised a hand and nodded in the direction of the girls. "They're discussing that very subject." "Top milk indeed," Adoree was crying indignantly. "Ours will have cream when they want it, and lots of it too." "My dear, it will be fatal." Lorelei was horrified. "Use nothing but top milk and barley water. Be sure to sterilize the bottles and soak the nipples in borax." "Say!" Campbell Pope flushed painfully and rose to his feet. "They're not talking ducks. Women haven't the least delicacy, have they? Let's go out and smoke." One day, after Bob had acquired sufficient confidence in himself and in the baby to handle it without anxiety to the nurse, he begged permission to show it to the hallman downstairs. He returned greatly elated, explaining that the attendant, who had some impossible number of babies of his own, and might therefore be considered an authority, declared this one to be the finest he had ever beheld. Oddly enough, this praise delighted Bob out of all reason. He remained in a state of suppressed excitement all that day, and on the following afternoon he again kidnapped the child for a second exhibition. It seemed that the infant's fame spread rapidly, for soon the tenants of neighboring apartments began to clamor for a sight of it, and Bob was only too eager to gratify them. Every afternoon he took his son downstairs with him, until finally Lorelei checked him as he was going out. "Bob, dear," she said with the faintest shadow of a smile, "I don't think it's good for him to go out so often. Why don't you ask your father and mother to come up?" Wharton flushed, then he stammered, What makes you think—" "Why, I guessed it on the very first day." Lorelei's smile saddened. "They needn't see me, you know." Bob laid the child back in its bed. "But that's just what they want. They want to see you, only I wouldn't let you be bothered. They're perfectly foolish over the kid. Mother cries, and father—but just wait." He rushed out of the room and in a few moments returned with his parents. Hannibal Wharton was deeply embarrassed, but his wife went straight to Lorelei and, bending over her chair, placed a kiss upon her lips. "There," said she, "when you are stronger, I'm going to apologize for the way we've treated you. We're old people. We're selfish and suspicious and unreasonable, but we're not entirely inhuman. You won't be too hard on us, will you?" The old lady's eyes were shining. The palms which were clasped over Lorelei's hand were hot and tremulous. The look of hungry yearning that greeted the elder woman's words was ample answer, and with a little choking cry, She gathered the weak figure into her arms and thrilled as she felt the amber head upon her breast. Hannibal trumpeted into his handkerchief, then cleared his throat prematurely, but Bob forestalled him with a happy laugh. "Don't hold any postmortems, Dad. Lorelei knows everything you intend to say." "I'm blamed if she does," rumbled the old man, "because I don't know myself. I'm not much on apologies. I can take 'em, but I can't make 'em." His voice rose sternly. "Young lady, the night the baby was born, I stood outside this house for hours because I was afraid to come in. And my feet hurt like the devil, too. I wouldn't lose that much sleep for the whole steel trust. But I didn't dare go back to the hotel, for Mother was waiting, and I was afraid of her, too. I don't intend to go through another night like that." Bob's mother turned to her son, saying, "She's beautiful and she is good, too. Anybody can see that. We could love her for what she's done for you, if for nothing else." "Well, I should say so," proudly vaunted the son. "She took a chance when she didn't care for me, and she made me into a regular fellow. Why, she reformed me from the ground up. I've sworn off every blessed thing I used to do." "Including drinking?" gruffly queried the father. "Yes." Lorelei smiled her slow, reluctant smile at the visitors, and her voice was gentle as she said, "He thinks he has, but it's hard to stop entirely, and you mustn't blame him if he forgets himself occasionally. You see, drinking is mostly a matter of temperament after all. But he is doing splendidly, and some day, perhaps—" They nodded understandingly. "You'll try to like us, won't you, for Bob's sake?" pleaded the old lady timidly. "I intend to love you both very dearly," shyly returned the girl, and noting the light in Lorelei's face, Bob Wharton was satisfied. Restraint vanished swiftly under the old couple's evident determination to make amends. But after they had gone, Lorelei became so pensive that Bob said anxiously, "I hope you weren't polite to them merely for my sake." Lorelei shook her head. "No, I was only thinking, do you realize that none of my own people have been to see me? That I haven't had a single word from any of them?" Bob stirred uncomfortably. He started to speak, then checked himself as she went on, not without some effort. "I'm going to say something unpleasant, but I think you ought to know it. When they learn that your parents have taken me in and made up with us, they're going to ask me for money. It's a terrible thing to say, but it's true." "Do you want to see them? Do you want them to see the baby?" "No." Lorelei was pale as she made the answer. "Not after all that has passed." Bob heaved a grateful sigh. "I'm glad. They won't trouble you any more." "Why? What?" "I've been waiting until you were strong to tell you. I've noticed how their silence hurt you, but it's my fault they haven't been here. I sent them away." "You sent them away?" "Yes. I fixed them with money, and they're happy at last. There's considerable to tell. Jim got into trouble with the police and finally sent for me. He told me everything, and it wasn't pretty. I'd rather not repeat all he said, but it opened my eyes and showed me why they brought you here, how they put you on the auction block, and how they cried for bids. He told me things you know nothing about and could never guess. When he had finished, I thanked God they flung you into my arms instead of some other man's. It's a miracle that you weren't sacrificed utterly." "Where is Jim now?" "Somewhere in the boundless West. He gave me his promise to reform." "He never will." "Of course not, and I don't expect it of him. You see, I know how hard it is to reform." "But Mother and Father?" "I'm coming to them. My dad came around the day after our baby was born and shook hands. He wanted to stamp right in here and tell you what a fool he had made of himself, but I wouldn't stand for it. Finally, when he saw the kid, he blew up entirely and right away proposed breaking ground for a Jasper Palace for the youngster. He wanted to build it in Pittsburgh where he could run in, going to and from business. Mother was just as foolish, too. Well, when I had my little understanding with Jim and learned the whole truth about your people, I realized that no matter where we went, they would be a constant menace to our happiness unless they were provided for. It struck me that you had made a game fight for happiness, and I couldn't stand for anything to spoil it at the last minute. I went to Mother and told her the facts, and she seemed to understand as well as I how you must feel in spite of all they had done, so we shook down the governor for an endowment. "Bob? What do you mean?" Lorelei faltered in bewilderment. "We asked him for $100,000 and got it." Lorelei gasped. "He bellowed like a bull, he spat poison like a cobra, he writhed like a bucket of eels, but we put it over." $100,000, whispered the wife. "To a penny. And it's in the bank to your credit. But I didn't stop there." Bob's voice hardened. "I went to your mother, and in your name, I promised her the income from it so long, and only so long, as she and Peter stayed away from you. She accepted, rather greedily, I thought, and they have gone back to Vale. They have your old house, and I have their promise never to see you except upon your invitation. Of course, you can go to them whenever you wish, but they're happy, and I think we will be happier with them in Vale than in New York. I hope you don't object to my arrangement." There was a long silence, then Lorelei sighed. "You are a very good man, Bob. It was my dream to do something of this sort, but I never could have done it so well." Her husband bent and kissed her tenderly. "It wasn't all my doings. I had help. And you mustn't feel sad, for something tells me you're going to learn finally the meaning of a real mother's love." "Yes, yes." The answer came dreamily. Then, as a fretful complaint issued from the crib at her side, Lorelei leaned forward and swiftly gathered the baby into her arms. "Is he sick?" Bob questioned in alarm. "No, silly. He's only hungry." There in the gathering dusk, Bob Wharton looked on at a sight that never failed to thrill him strangely. In his wife's face was a beautiful content, and it seemed to him fitting indeed that this country girl who had come to the city in quest of life should end her search thus, with a baby at her breast. The end. End of the Auction Block by Rex Beach.